feel slightly better already. Let's talk. What was I going to talk about? Let's talk about, has anybody viewed any of my videos? No. All right, let's try to talk and direct my little boat here. I've got this 3D model I'm working on. I'm just doing some sort of drawing practice every day. I don't know why, just to maintain some sort of drawing habit. I think I'm gonna quit this summer. Like, basically, I'm giving myself about 3 months. What is it now? March, April, May. I'm gonna give myself till about June. I'm gonna finish this 3D model. I'm gonna put in a portfolio. Just evidence that I can do the tasks of a 3D modeler. Maybe not super fast, but I can at least do them. And then once I have that up in my portfolio, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit doing art, I guess. Why? Because my parents are retiring, and it just feels bad, I guess. I mean, it feels like it's not going anywhere. I feel like I'm going through the motions, but really, I've been doing this for a year, trying to, I guess, reignite or start some sort of art career that I didn't really get off the ground very long. But it's not really happening. Like, I've been drawing for like a year. I've been doing these 3D models, but I can't really do the 3D models fast enough. It's not so much that I can't do it fast enough. I mean, I've demonstrated, I think, that I can do the 3D modeling stuff, but nobody's hiring me, and so I'm thinking, like, eventually I gotta sort of call my own bluff. What am I trying to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I feel like the real good thing to say is say, don't give up, try to be a 3D artist, but it just feels like there's no jobs in it. Let's do a little bit of truth seeking. Are there jobs in 3D? That's the first thing we're going to figure out. 3D artists. So we go to Glassdoor. 3D artists. There are jobs in 3D artists. There's actually quite a few of them. So that's not true. So I say we keep at it. I feel sick. I feel totally sick. Why? Because I don't know. I think I'm just, I feel really weird. Maybe I should just listen to Joe Rogan podcast. No Joe Rogan podcast. Why not? Because life feels better when I don't listen to that garbage. Does it really? It feels like it's not better. Yeah, it feels better not to do it. Let's be real, Sean. The only reason we really feel bad is because we canceled our Botox and dermal filler appointment. That's all I really need in order to be happy. All I really need in order to be happy is a good visit to a plastic surgeon about once a year for some dermal fillers so I don't look like a old goober. That's really it. I'm pretty simple. That's pretty much that is exactly why I feel terrible. That's the only reason I feel terrible. Come on, let's be real. All this other doom and gloom, you're putting a negative spin on something that could have a positive spin, but you're pouting because you don't want to look old and gross. That's really the only problem. Come on, be real. Isn't that the only problem? Yeah, it's really the only problem. I mean, I don't really need money badly. There's no costs that are making it so I have to go get some sort of great job. That's true. So let's be real. That's the only thing that's causing this feeling of doom and gloom. Is just I canceled my Restylane Botox appointment, and now I feel miserable. And I knew that I would feel miserable when I did that. And so that's really the only thing that's going on right now. It's not some sort of like deep philosophical thing. That's it. It's the only factor. You know what I want to do? I want to make my whole YouTube private, just because I'm concerned that like some sort of potential employer could look it up. And I don't want that. YouTube, how to make channel private. Oh, I know how to do it. You just go to videos. No. You go to Creator Studio. Video Manager, right? And then you just hit private. That's it. Yeah, let's just finish these let's finish this model, and then let's get a job and get a job, and then get some Restylane and Botox, and try to feel not terrible. Yeah, that seems about as good as it gets for me. What? It's just I'm pretty simple like that. Do we really want to say all this? Yeah, fuck it, let's say it. Just to be clear. I've said it before, I'll say it again. That's the only thing my whole sense of like, in order for me to like feel good about life, there's only one thing that needs to be in place, and that is I just have to like the way I look, and that's it. It sounds really pathetic and horrible. It's not my fault. It's the way I'm wired. It's not like a choice. It's like, I think everybody has certain things that, like, they're just wired a certain way. Some people need to be the boss. Some people need to have a lot of money. Some people need to have their friends around them all the time. Really, I think it's just something that got wired into you. I've tried to circumvent and change that wiring. Like, I've gone through phases where I'm like, that's shallow. You should like care about, money more. And so I try to care about money, and then I get a lot of money, and then I'm like I don't care about this. Or they'll say like, you should try to be more this or more that. Other people have different things that are important to them, and I try to follow what makes them happy, and then it doesn't work, and I'm just like I always come back. There's certain things that ring my bell, and they don't really change, and one of them is just that's all I need. If I go to a plastic surgeon and I get Restylane and Botox, and I like the way I look, life is great. It doesn't matter. It's the same life. It can be a worse life. Like, the actual circumstances of my life can be worse. But if I like the way I look, everyth's fine. If I don't, I hate life. And it's been that way since I was 11 years old, 10 years old. So it's just not really going to change, I guess. So we've established that many months ago. I know. But the thing is right now is I'm trying to push to make one more 3D model. And if I go and I get a bunch of Restylane and Botox, I'm going to have to work to pay it off, which means I'm going to have to abandon my goal. So we're just going to have to suffer. We're going to have to suffer through this next 3 months, which is hard because these 3 months are spring, and spring is it's a good time to look good, but I'm going to have to look like shit for 3 months, and it's my Achilles heel of Achilles. There's nothing that I hate more than looking awful. I'd rather have like a broken arm or something like that. I'd rather have almost anything else. But anyway, what else can I talk about? Maybe I just shouldn't talk. Maybe I should just listen to podcasts. I mean, normally I think I shouldn't, but I feel like talking is just, I'm just going to be all doom and gloom. Right? No, let's keep talking. Okay.
Home for many centuries to a dreadful
Winter has come at last. Innocence can never last. Wake me up when December ends. Wake me up when December ends. That don't impress me much. So you got the looks, but have you got the touch? Don't get me wrong, no, I think you're alright. But that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much. So you got a Ferrari. That don't impress me much. Don't get me wrong, no, I think you're alright. Yeah.
Hey, that's the gardener calling, and he's going to be here tomorrow to do some work down below.
Okay.
And I just told him that you're going to be around, right?
Yep.
Can you hear the phone if it rang?
Yeah, but I usually never get it because I figure it's telemarketer, but I'll
Okay,
get it.
well, maybe tomorrow make an exception.
Okay.
You can keep it in here in case he needs you to keep the dogs in. Like, he thought it might be necessary to cut the hedge from this side rather than the other side.
Okay.
I'm going to put the ladders out where he can get them. He said he wants to use the ladders. That's about it. Just make sure the dogs are not going nuts out there. You'll know that because you'll hear the dogs, right?
Yeah.
So if they go nuts, bring them in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
Just so he is able to work without news,
Can you just remind me, like, bring the phone in or something?
I'll put a note out.
Okay. No.
So just to help him out as best he can, he's going to take a whack at that.
Okay.
Gotta tell the tenants to. And then Gary and the old tenant is coming in an hour.
Don't let the dogs.
You're gonna reset your clock.
Oh yeah, I know. I'll do it. Hey, Charlie. What's up, Charlie? Beautiful Charlie. Beautiful Charlie boy. He's got an itchy butt. Hey, Theo. That's little boy Theo. That's Charlie. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Charlie. Charlie boy. He's my friend. He's my friend. Theo. Look, Theo. Hey, Theo. Oh, my Theo. He's not a good dog, too. Theo's not a good boy. He's a very good. That's Theo. Charlie, he's my friend. Oh, family. What's wrong, my friend? Charlie, good dog. He's a good dog. Good dog. Okay, all right.
actual retail price. The actual retail price is. The actual retail price.
Hey, would you rub my feet for me? I want you to come over to my house. I got a bad rash. I want you to rub my feet.
modeling, use time track. 3D 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 modeling. 3D
Define the ideas.
Thin nose.
Not anymore.
It behooved me.
Yeah, if you ever look at like Abe Vigoda's ears,
Yeah, they were big.
they,
The ears and the nose grow.
they keep growing.
Yeah, age is a very annoying thing.
Well, that's a weird one. It's almost like to let someone know, like, hey, look at this guy's proportions are all fucked up. He's got bad juice.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. So how do I reduce? I wanted to get an ear reduction and a nose sharpening.
I'm sure people have done that. I could only imagine
Well,
if
Bruce
girls
Jenner.
are getting. Well, girls. That's a different one. Look at it. Big ass
Look at
crazy
the
ears.
hair in his ears. Abe,
Hey, he's not 12.
shave those ears.
Yeah, I've got hair growing out of my ears. I have to put a trimmer.
Well, I'm vain. I pluck my If I see hair that doesn't belong somewhere, I'll take it out.
Go wax it.
My father lets his nose hair grow, his eyebrows. I'm like, bro, would it kill you to? Can you? I'm looking into your nose. It's a nest.
Do you
A
always call your
sparrow.
father bro?
Yeah, sometimes. I get so mad at him because the way he eats sometimes. Like we were in Mexico, and he would just show up. He'd go to breakfast. He has this belly, and he's got 4 French toasts and a waffle, and a banana. And I'm just sitting there, and I get so mad. And then I started texting him. I text him. I go, "Listen, man, you got to start changing the way you eat." And I go, and I'm angry as I'm texting this. I'm getting more angry. So stop the bullshit and start eating. I was so angry. I had to tell him that my heart was beating. I was furious. I couldn't have texted faster. I go, get it together, and stop eating bullshit. And would it kill you to fucking move a little bit? Bang! And I just sent that.
Oh,
Yeah,
strong.
I don't want him to die.
Does he exercise at all?
Fuck no, and I'll tell you why. When he was young, he was poor, and he had to do manual labor. He had to work construction. He had to do everything with his hands. So now that he has money, it reminds him of when you ask him to do shit, if you ask him to help you with a table, it reminds him of when he was poor and how awful it was.
I was reading a book once on powerlifting, and one of the things they suggested is getting a manual labor job.
That's when you have to move furniture.
Yeah.
Okay, when you got to carry couches upstairs. Yeah,
But I
that'll
never
get you.
saw that. I never saw anybody actually recommend that someone do that in order to get stronger.
Well, when you, my friend who wrestled and played football on a high level, they used to work the farm, and there was a thing where you would take hay and you'd run after the truck, and the truck's up, you take the hay and you'd throw it off, and I guess you
Right.
just doing that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you
You get
can.
crazy strong.
I worked construction one summer in Washington D.C. in the 95-degree heat, and I had to dig a foundation for a building, for a house. Just dig into the
Whoa.
ground all day, and then we had to demolish a house and take that debris, put it into a truck, and then drive it to a landfill called Lawton, I think, and then we'd take it off the truck. So that movement of digging and then demolition and digging and piling it in a truck and then piling it off a truck, you're too exhausted to do a goddamn thing. You're not working out after that. Your body is done.
If you do work out and you get used to it, though, I think that's the idea, is that your body becomes way more resilient. That's what he was saying. If you could get a job like as a mason or some sort of manual labor on a construction site where you're carrying lumber,
Yeah.
you just be lifting things up, carrying around all the time, your body would just naturally get stronger.
The strongest guy I've ever felt in my life in jiu-jitsu was a Mexican guy who was a mason.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't move it. I couldn't believe how nothing worked on him.
Just imagine, picking up bricks all day long, just carrying bricks. Everything would just get stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked with a guy named Boo Jack in D.C. Boo Jack.
Whoa.
Giant black guy who was a mason.
Is that 2 words or 1 word?
Just called himself Boo Jack. I called him Boo. And he'd go, Boo Jack!
That was probably his one name, right?
Yep.
You
Boo
think it was
Jack.
his last name or his first name?
I think it was his whole name. Boo Jack.
Really?
Great name.
So a superhero or something?
He should
Or
be a
rapper?
superhero. Just a giant, very, very friendly, jolly black man with the biggest, strongest hands I've ever seen. He was a mason.
Speaking of big, jolly black man with one name, I met Sinbad the other day. I never met Sinbad before.
Good guy, right?
Met him in a parking lot. Our cars were right next to each other. Fully random. Just fully random. I'm
Was he
like,
wearing,
"What's up,
was he
man?"
wearing a dangly earring?
I didn't check.
Was he dressed in a colorful manner, or?
No, he was very understated.
Yeah.
He seemed completely normal. Like I don't remember what he was wearing. He might be wearing what you're wearing right now.
He always struck me as a nice,
very, very nice guy.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
What's he doing now?
Doing stand-up still. Touring,
Yeah,
you know.
still got an audience.
Oh yeah, he's a funny dude, man. Apparently, he was really funny on Kill Tony. They did a Kill Tony episode, and Sinbad sat in as one of the guest judges.
Yeah,
You know, they have a new guest judge every week, and they said he was killer.
yeah. Dudes have been doing it for that long.
Yeah.
They've got some tricks up their sleeve.
And he's
Don't
a
be
real comic.
surprised.
He's
Yeah,
a real comic. He's been around forever.
been communicating with an audience
Yeah.
for a long time.
But it was just nice to meet him and see that he's a nice guy. You know, that was nice.
You ever met anybody who was not so nice?
If I did,
It's the wrong way.
maybe
to
5
actually
years
phrase
ago I would have told you.
it. Yeah.
But now I'm like, why?
I know, I
Why
know.
bring heat on someone from some weird moment that
I
I
agree.
probably could have done myself if I was. If you run into someone, you're in the wrong headspace. Maybe you just got done. Someone yelled at you. Maybe you have a business deal that went bad. Maybe you got cut off on the highway. You never know when you're running into people. It's just we vary so much.
Look,
we
dude,
would like to encourage each other to be on a good track all the time.
Yeah.
But I think we need a little bit more forgiveness when someone does something stupid.
I'm going to call my next special, I think, Bipolar Ape, because that is what we are. We are, man. I mean, and if you
Yeah.
stop and you freeze frame on somebody when they're having a moment, you can catch them in any, like that whole spectrum, the human spectrum, sinner and saint, and anything in between.
Yeah.
You can catch them in a terrible moment or a great moment, but you can't decide that that's what they are all the time. And that's what we're doing now. Let's
Isn't
be
it funny
honest.
too that we quantify certain things that are just dumb? Like there's certain things you're just not going to bounce back from the Rachel Dolezal thing, when she pretended she was black but she realized she's black. Like,
Yeah, that's a little too much.
You know what I'm saying? But there's like those things where it becomes a nationwide thing, and I bet she's a lovely lady. I don't know. I have no idea.
That might be empathy gone wild, or that might be sort of this. I think a lot of times everybody wants to be an individual. They want that's always been a problem with the human condition, right? You want to be unique. We all do, right?
Yeah.
Even though we all believe in equality, we all want to be not equal. We want to be a little better than the next guy, or at least unique.
Yeah.
And that's maybe where competition comes from and stuff. But I think sometimes people negotiate that issue and that problem with a very clumsy apparatus, with a really weird way of doing it. I'm going to be transracial, or I'm going to wear dishes in my ears and literally cover my whole face with tattoos. That's fine.
Super common.
There might be a better way to negotiate that problem you're having, because it's still pretty surface.
You ever look at the hashtag face tattoo on Instagram?
No.
Holy shit. There's
crazy,
a
though.
lot of people getting their face tattooed.
Yeah.
Like it's like what? Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down.
It goes back to wanting to be seen.
Well, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense in terms of like people wanting to belong to a group that seems cool, and like black people seem like overall a cool group, right? Like you have good music behind it, they have a funny way of talking, they have all these amazing pro athletes, they have a totally different kind of culture, and you identify with that culture, but you can't get in because you're a white girl. You're like, shit.
It's
what
also
do I
something.
do?
It's also something. I think also there's a romance to
Yeah,
when
sure.
you're on the outside looking in. It's struggle.
Oh yeah.
And having been oppressed and all those
Yeah.
things, and yet you triumph, yet you find a way to be funny, yet you find a way to be colorful, yet you find a way to be artistic.
some of
I mean, rap came from the South Bronx while it was literally on fire.
Yeah, and rap is just one aspect of it, right? I mean, think about it. Some of the very best stand-up comedians, some of the very best musicians.
Jazz, dude.
Yeah, and when you think of the percentage of the population that's black,
12%.
the percentage that become elite professional athletes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is the percentage of NBA players that are black? It's something crazy.
A lot of it's also just.
What is it? You think?
I don't know, but it's pretty high. I mean, there's
69%.
probably something.
I don't know why I said that number. Jamie,
A
well,
lot,
you
a
are-
lot of it might be just also that there are two avenues open to you in a lot of black communities. At least it's changing, but it was sports and music. Right?
Yeah, for sure. That probably plays a part in it, no doubt about it. But it's also there's an extraordinary number of professional athletes, like elite athletes,
Yeah.
that just happen to be black. Yeah, and what is that, though? Is it genetic? Is it the environment they're coming from? I mean, it's a fascinating thing to be explored, because for all this talk of racism, you just want to be really honest. there's a lot of African Americans that have some pretty phenomenal genetic traits. Like Carl, like think of like who's like Jamie, who's like the biggest freak all-time athlete basketball player would it be?
Probably LeBron James.
LeBron James, probably, right? Yeah. And then you have like Michael Jordan, who's another freak athlete, right? Yeah. I mean, how many of those
Vince Carter,
how many
Vince
white
Carter.
guys are like that?
People would argue like Larry Bird. But
Well, Larry Bird was a phenomenal shooter, but he wasn't the kind of freak athlete LeBron is.
Or Dr.
Jordan,
J.
when Jordan used to literally fly through the air.
there are a couple guys that can do things like that, but they don't have the overall.
Yeah.
Well, so if you look at, there's a book called The Sports Gene that talks about this.
Yeah,
And
I read it.
if you look at Africa, it's probably the most genetically diverse part of the world, right? I mean, the Africans from the Biafra coast are totally different than the Africans from say, the highlands of Kenya or
Right.
Ethiopia. The Africans from the Sudan, the Dinka and the Nua tend to be almost 7'6" sometimes. Certainly 7 feet is not that uncommon.
And many people don't realize Egypt's a part of Africa.
Very much so. I mean, the Tunisia, Morocco, that's more Arabic, right? But then you've got, I mean, it's fascinating. This is what really is fascinating. Let's go to Ethiopia. Ethiopia, they grow to an average height, beautiful people. There's a lot of trade in that side of the world, Eritrea. They're renowned for their beauty. If you just step over the border, just go right to just one south or one north, you are going into Sudan or the South Sudan, tallest people in the world. Tallest people in the world. I mean, some of them can be like a fist off at 8 feet. That's where, like, Manute Bol and those people came from, okay? If you go just another country, just one more country east, now you're in the Congo, and that's home to the pygmy. So you got the shortest people in the world in one country, and then just across the border, you have the tallest in the world in that country. So Africa is insanely diverse. But if you look at the athletes with the most explosive power, and if you like that, that includes the fastest people in the world who are in Jamaica and who are, in the United States. Genetically, you can trace them back to a very primarily you can trace them back to a very small part of Africa, according to this book, The Sports Gene, which is the Biafra Coast. And so that's where you'll see the fastest, most explosive people. However, having said that, you can hear Deion Sanders watching this white running back, 215 pounds. He ran a 4.35 40. And he was like, I can't say this on TV, but he can run. He can run. And it was true. It's like you haven't seen a white guy run a 4.35 in forever.
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
There's
got to
really-
be some Viking genes floating around.
Sure, but there's no. I don't think there's any black cornerbacks in the NFL. Can you
It's
see
just
any white
fascinating.
cornerbacks?
It's just fascinating when you stop and think about just the sheer number of people involved in professional athletics. The sheer number of people that make a living playing a game with their body.
Yeah, but I don't know if that kind of athleticism helps you become a champion in tennis. There depends on the sport. It's sport specific, right?
Well, I mean, first of all, black people historically have not been into tennis.
because they have money. It's
Yeah,
rich.
Arthur Ashe was obviously a
Venus
tennis
Williams,
champion.
Serena
Yeah,
Williams.
but Arthur Ashe was like way before the time,
Yeah.
right? So he was like the groundbreaker. But now I'm sure a lot of kids are growing up in nice communities that have tennis clubs, stuff like that, African American kids. But it's less a thing of that culture
right.
than a thing like there's not a lot of Italian American tennis players either. You know what I'm saying? Like my people don't play tennis. They don't get into tennis. It's not an economic thing. It's just a cultural
Golf is
thing.
the same way.
Yeah, so when you see all these like world-class tennis players that just happen to be of the rich upper
Well, you need a
crust,
coach. You need a lot of stuff with tennis.
Yeah. It's a lot going on in tennis.
Yeah.
Plus, nobody gives a shit until you're really good. Like if you're kind of like, if you have a chance, he plays semi-pro ball
Right.
for, I'm going to get into the big leagues. But if you're like, I'm a semi-pro tennis player, get a fucking job, bitch.
Right.
What are you doing? You're
Right.
playing tennis?
It takes a long time.
I used to know this dude who was a professional racquetball player, and that was the grindiest of all grinds. Because when I was 19, I recognized, like, oh no, this dude done painted himself into a corner. He's like a world champion. It's something nobody gives a fuck
I know,
about.
nobody cares.
Dude, nobody cared. And people would, like, treat him like, oh, poor guy. Like, that was part of it. It was like, he's awesome, but poor guy. But,
I feel that way when I watch the biathlon and
Oh,
the
yeah.
Olympics and shit, or curling, or
Yeah.
any of those sports.
well, curling is, don't talk shit about curling in Newfoundland. You go up there in Canada, they get fucking angry at you.
I don't give a fuck.
They get mad.
Also, I don't care that you replayed the curling move in slow motion. I didn't miss it in regular motion. You know, there's just certain sports I think their skills are not sports.
Like, how do racists deal with the fact that there's so many elite black athletes? What is because racists look at it and how do you see white superiority in that many elite
I know.
athletes?
I've heard guys in New York, white guys would always say this about I hear white dudes in New York talk about black and white athletes like this. They'd be like, well, he's a brother, so obviously he's going to be faster and stronger. But this kid over here has got heart and he's got smarts. So the white guy apparently got heart, he had brain, whereas the black guy only has muscle. It was a clear indication that it was such a racist kind of way of delineating, you know?
Well, it's also delusional because people want to assume that because someone has physical attributes, they don't have mental attributes. They always want to say that. And sometimes it's true because sometimes if you have physical attributes, life is easier for you and you get soft.
Yeah.
You don't have to work as hard.
Yeah.
Like one of the more impressive guys in the UFC for me has always been Frankie Edgar because that guy's just a product of hard work. He's never been a knockout puncher. He's not the biggest guy. He's always been small for whatever division he's in. And he's small at 55, and he's pretty small at 45 in comparison to some guys like, you know, like Ortega we fought this weekend.
Right.
You know, Brian's much bigger than him, taller, longer. He's just all heart and will and toughness, and I love that. And I think that's an admirable thing, and I think you can get a lot out of watching a guy like that. But it doesn't mean that a guy can't have that mindset and also have some fucking Ray Lewis body.
Well, Michael Jordan was the example of that.
Yeah.
Nobody, and Kobe Bryant was the same.
Yeah. Nobody works harder. That's why they love to win in an almost psychotic way.
Yeah, extreme winners are that way.
Yeah, that whole thing, that extreme winners, is why we're here, folks. It's why it's so compelling. I mean, you had to have some ungodly resolve to get through the Mongol era and the fucking caveman era, and think about all the different shit that's happened in between. Just think about the people that colonized this country. We were so far removed from people who lived here and rode wagons across the country just 200 years ago. That's nothing. That just happened.
They did this study, Camille Paglia was talking about this, why were most of the people that revolutionized the human condition male? Like, so in other words, the printing press and Einstein and Copernicus and Galileo and Kepler and, you know, all these people that kind of like, you know, and why so few women? And so a lot of academic circles the only single variable answer is that women were kept down by the patriarchy or whatever it might be. Very condescending, though, if you think about it, because that would suggest that women didn't find their way through the cracks. Some of them did, but for the most part, and there's some truth to that, but for the most part, there's another really interesting theory that men and women tend to have two different kinds of brains. We've evolved to have two different brains because women had to watch out for children and pay attention to the minutiae and keep them away from death, whereas men have the kind of brain that can obsess over just one thing, even if it doesn't really bear any relation to the material world. So they can think about whether time bends or whether the relationship between time and matter and space, you know. And they'll just zero in on that problem and obsess over that problem. And you have those extreme winners that literally, to the exclusion of everything else, including their family, including, you know, other people, focused on just one thing. But in a lot of ways, thank God we had that aberration, because that is what revolutionizes, that is what changes a lot about how we live.
They're little explosions that make this thing move quicker.
Yeah.
They're the combustion inside the engine that is human civilization. Every now and then you get someone that just is an outlier, some Elon Musk character drilling holes under Los Angeles and building fucking power stations for solar power for people's houses, making fucking cars and shooting
everybody
rockets
does. It's
into
never
space.
gonna work. It's never gonna work. It's never gonna work.
He's like, shut up.
Yeah.
He's just so much smarter. We let him drill under the city. We're like, go ahead. You know what you're doing. Everybody just lets him do it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if, like, a regular person wanted to drill underneath the cities and make tubes and put... They'd be like, that's the dumbest idea ever. You're going to drop down, a car is going to go on a train, and the train's going to go really fast with the car underground. Shut the fuck up.
You should have this guy, Andrew Keen, on your podcast. I interviewed him. He wrote a book called How to Fix the Future. And also a book called The Internet's Not the Answer, and another book called The Cult of the Amateur. And kind of likens, in Cult of the Amateur, he likens, you know the infinite monkey metaphor? You ever heard that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. So if you had an infinite number of monkeys just banging away at a typewriter, eventually one of them would would type out a masterpiece like a Shakespearean
Right.
play or something.
Just randomly. by
Just
luck.
randomly, yeah.
Can you imagine if that was real?
Yeah, and it would, and mathematically you can prove it.
I get it mathematically, but I
Yeah.
still call it bullshit.
Right.
I'm like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, what are the odds that just randomly this monkey, on just accident, put the periods in the right place and the spaces in the right
crazy.
place and the commas in the right place? No.
Yeah.
No,
But
it's impossible.
No,
I don't-
it is part of the
I
law of
think,
chance.
I think that law of chance can suck a fat dick. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I've heard it before by people far smarter than me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, there's zero chance.
But
I
you know,
there's a
you know
chance.
this raises an amazing question, right? What's amazing is it's like human beings can actually reach beyond that which they can measure. Human beings, so it's not just what you can see and measure. It's actually what you can imagine, and what you can imagine actually is real. It's a
Right.
part of reality.
Sure.
Right? So
Like the infinite
infinity
monkeys.
and
Yeah.
all that shit, yeah.
Yeah.
But he said that these infinite monkeys, that's basically what YouTube and what the internet has ushered in, right? But long story short, when you're talking about Elon Musk, he was talking about how, in his book, How to Fix the Future, the 9 tech billionaires, they own more wealth than 1.8 billion people on this planet. We've actually never seen this kind of concentration of wealth. Luckily, guys like Jeff Bezos, who he knows really well, and these other guys like Mark Zuckerberg, are kind of aware. They have some historical perspective of where they stand, and for the most part, they're doing their best to try to figure out a way to be responsible with this wealth.
There's also the fact that they're coming from a tech background, which has historically been really fucking smart people, right? Those are the innovators. So because of that, they're more left-leaning,
Yeah.
which is probably
Because they're more
better for
cooperative, or
everybody.
what?
It's just the whole tech community is more left-leaning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why anything that deviates from that is kind of punished.
Well,
Like,
the problem, though, is that now you have the 4 riders of the apocalypse: Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Apple. There's so much. I mean,
Yeah.
the amount of they have access to all your data,
Right.
and to the maps. So it does kind of go. You kind of go, okay, you're left leaning, but there has never been this kind of concentration of power.
Well, yeah, but they're not doing anything with the power that we know of. What they do have is tremendous wealth, like
Yeah.
off the charts, tremendous wealth at Apple,
Right.
at Google. I mean, they just have tremendous amount of influence, and I think when you have that kind of money, like idealistic hippie left-wing dreamers are way better off like throwing that money around than
Yeah.
like really gangster globalists
Yeah.
that are, pro-war, really enthusiastic about right-wing politics. Like, that would be way scarier.
Right.
If all that money, the billions of dollars, was in a Christianic cult that thought that the second coming was going to happen in
That'd be a
Jerusalem,
problem.
so it was very important to protect Israel,
Yeah.
which is real.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in this country that want to protect Israel because they think that's where Jesus is. That's his pit stop when he
Yeah.
comes back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do worry about.
Yeah, you should
I
worry.
do worry about very religious people
So
with a messianic.
Yeah, and that's a real thing today. So I think like secular
Reason-based.
techno freaks who I might disagree with them on some of the most ridiculous asks, the ridiculous aspects of progressivism. Like, they just go so far off the charts, and it's so common now. Everyone is getting so hysterical about things. You know who Christina Hoff Sommers is?
Love it.
She's great. She
I
got literally shouted down off stage. They interrupted her speech. They put up signs. They wouldn't let her talk. They were calling her a fascist.
Boy, they sound really confident in their point of view, huh?
It's just so crazy.
Jeez.
But they
Don't
demanded-
engage somebody in ideas. Shout them down because you're terrified.
Well, what they're doing also is they're getting on YouTube. So there's all these videos of them, being woke, #woke, expressing their wokeness.
I've
and
heard that
interrupting.
expression.
Yeah, I know you have. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were just talking about it.
Yeah,
It's a gross word.
I think it comes down to what I'm amazed at is I've talked to some of these far left ideologues, and especially the people that would shout down Christine Summers, who's such a reasoned voice and such an
She's a
important voice.
sweet woman, too.
And smart and
Yeah,
thought
you
through.
got to let her talk, and then if you disagree with her, have a conversation with her. They typically do a Q&A at the end of these speeches. That's just rude. It's
Try
just
to beat
rude.
her with your ideas.
And she's a feminist. Her fucking podcast is called Factual Feminist. That's what her thing is, her video series that she does.
Now she's an important
Very
voice.
nice person,
Yeah.
man. She's not an anti-woman in any way, shape, or form. She's not the
No, I
female
love
Uncle
what
Tom.
she has to say. I've listened to
Yeah.
her. And she wrote that book, The War on Boys. She's excellent.
She's excellent.
But I think a lot of this is like one of the things I notice is that a lot of the left-wing ideologues that, first of all, are fairly young. A lot of times they don't have a whole lot of experience in the world, or they are people who are like. If you just take the average journalist, and I've met a lot of them now and talked to a lot of them. The average journalist, even the average academic in colleges or in the people that are kind of controlling this conversation in certain aspects, they have just not really ever met anybody or worked with anybody that worked with their hands, that spends a lot of time, that had to be in the military, that they tend to be pretty cloistered. Even Sam Harris, by his own admission, said that in his Rolodex of 1,100 people, he only had one friend who smoked, and that was Christopher Hitchens. That's significant. It's significant when you are exposed to one element of society. And one of the advantages that I think a comic has when you travel so much is that you're around real people. People that work with their hands. People that do other things, that are in the military. People that are cops. People that are essentially a huge part of the fabric of this society. Who are on the right, certainly on the left. And what you start to realize is that the world is way more complicated. It's always the way it is, right? It's just way more complicated. People are way less easy to pigeonhole. Just because you supported Trump doesn't necessarily mean you're a right-winger across the board. Doesn't mean you're, about the patriarchy and stuff. And I find that a lot of young people, and I find a lot of people who are trying to be woke and stuff, and we do this as Americans. It's not just the left, it's also the right. We do this as Americans. We want to find a bad guy, and we want to put a label on that bad guy. We want a single variable answer. We want a single variable solution, right? So in other words, you are a racist. You are a sexist. You are a homophobe. So you got to be sanctioned, and we got to get rid of you. And if we can get rid of racism, as if racism has anything to do with it, actually, it's about tribalism, because people don't need a difference in skin color to hate each other. Have you heard of the Middle East or Africa or even this country? It's not about the melanin in your skin. It's just we're tribal. But we tend to want to find that one label. You're a racist. You're a homophobe. By the way,
Well, most certainly racist.
Of course there are.
Right? Yeah.
Of course there are.
We don't think racism is the problem that we're facing. You think it's more of a tribalism
Oh,
issue?
I think that if everybody was the same color, we'd have no problem joining groups and hating each other. No problem. Again,
Well, that's
please
true
see
for
the
sure.
Middle East.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Look, in Yuval Harari's
So
amazing
racism
book.
is just a symptom of that.
Yuval Harari's great book, Sapiens. Everybody should read it.
Read it.
Thank you.
On your recommendation.
The Dinka and the Nua in the Sudan. Let's just take them. They look exactly the same. Just Google it. They look
Maybe
exactly
you're just
the same.
racist.
Right. They
It's
are.
like saying all black people look exactly the same.
Well, they do look. They are basically. They are. The only way to tell the difference is the tribal markings. But for the most part, they look exactly the same. Very similar cultures, a herding culture. Dinka in the Dinka language means people. Nua in the Nua language means original people.
Whoa.
And they're sworn enemies. They fucking hate each other. Talk to Justin
Whoa.
Wren about Talk to Justin Wren about how the pygmies are treated in the country right next door. They're brutally discriminated. They can't even go to hospitals or schools because they're short and they're magic, apparently. So go fuck yourself. It ain't about color. We don't need color to hate each other.
We
are just
definitely
trying-
don't. We would find something. It would be neighborhoods or lines in the dirt or sports teams.
Fuck yes.
Yeah. We hate each other from neighboring high schools in the same town.
Yes, or we compete with each other.
Yes.
Maybe it's a good nature competition. There's nothing wrong with that either.
There's a natural need that we have to compete against each other and conquer each other, and that's because we used to do that exclusively.
Right.
That's how people moved. That's what this Viking show is all about. People coming into people's villages, fucking them up and taking all the gold. That's what people did forever.
Fuck yes. But here's the other thing. It's really taboo. This is so fucking taboo. Even to say this now.
What? Are you gonna risk something?
So the narrative is those people aren't doing well. Let's just take any group of people.
Right.
They're not doing well.
Right.
Because there's only one answer to that. They've been put down, they've been oppressed, they've been suppressed.
Yes.
Sometimes that's true.
Right.
Nobody can tell me, you don't understand the history of this country unless you study the black experience, or at least a little bit. Because that is such a huge part of the history of this country.
Sure.
And to be a black person in this country is something I have no idea about. but it hasn't been easy. Granted. Let's just take any ethnic group. If you were to ever, like Thomas Sowell, who's a black scholar, if you were ever to bring up the idea that maybe part of the problem in certain groups, okay, that aren't doing well, could be internal, could be of their own making, could be that there are certain aspects of that person's culture, whether they're Inuit, whether they're Mexican, whether they're black, or whether they're a hillbilly white guy. If you start talking about the fact that their culture and the way their beliefs, their practices could have something to do with why they're not getting ahead, you better be goddamn careful, because now you're blaming the victim.
It is true that, well, you're not really necessarily blaming the victim, right? Because the victim, in this case, is a person who's a part of a culture. And we're all influenced by our environment.
Yeah.
And if you're involved in a culture that has very specific ways of behaving, and you're supposed to engage in these, and whether it's female genital mutilation that they do to children on a regular basis in some parts of the world, like, why do they do that? Well, they've just been doing that. That's what they've been doing. So they just keep doing that. Like, there's a lot of weird things that people just get sucked into, and then you don't even realize what you're doing.
Right.
You're 18, you're living that life, then it becomes a part of your pattern of behavior, and then you're 35, and everyone around you is behaving the same way, and the world's filled with violence, and no one can hit the pause button and go, hey, why are we macheteing each other, Hutsus and the Tutsis? Like, what are we doing? Like, no one's like, stop. Settle the fuck down. It's like you get locked up in the momentum of your past, of the past of your family, your ancestors, your community, your environment. Very few people have complete autonomy. So the idea that we're supposed to ask somebody to just figure it out or get their shit together or pull themselves up by their bootstraps, it's pretty preposterous.
Fuck yeah.
And it's usually coming from people that got a nice, juicy hand. Like life gave you a couple of aces, and you got a 7 over there and a 2, and you try to figure out if you can get a flush.
Yeah.
Like, you got a good hand. You got lucky. So if you say you made it with a good hand, like, oh,
yeah,
congratulations, you won the pot. You got dealt 3 aces. You cunt.
Exactly.
You got lucky.
Exactly. I'll be the first to admit that.
You should. You should be the first.
I mean, that, some people are born with more advantage than others. Just a better family.
Well, just stop for a moment, and I don't want to get too. I'm already too social justice warrior-y in this podcast, but this is one of the things that pisses me off. That I agree with so many of those twats on so many important issues. And then they get so crazy that they want to interrupt people like Christina Hoff Sommers and yell that she's a fascist, and there's just too much conflict that doesn't make any sense today.
They're not reasonable.
Yeah.
How about that? They're not civil or reasonable. So I don't know where else to go. Like, if you're not going to be reasonable and you're going to decide that you're that right, that your side is rooted in truth and love, and my side is rooted in falsehood and evil.
And so all these progressive issues are all. It's no one is ever like super into women's rights but racist. They're all like, there's a pattern of behavior that you're supposed to follow.
Yeah. Well,
progressivism is like it's a really interesting predetermined pattern that everybody locks into because they support gay marriage. It's like all these things.
Well, you can, it's like if you're in favor, if you believe that global warming is caused by human beings,
you've got to be on the right. You're on the left.
You're on the left.
Yeah.
You know where you stand on gay marriage, on everything else. Like that's unfortunate. You can't be sort of responsive to evidence, right? So instead of being affiliated with a party or a candidate, be affiliated with the problem. What's the problem? We all agree we don't like spree shooters, right? That sucks.
Yes.
So there's got to be a way, if we could put our ideas together, create a little idea sex, there's got to be a way, right? There's got to be a way to
deal with this problem.
Well, can we talk about the fact that we all agree that the problem sucks? Now, you're saying we need more guns, and this other side's saying we need less guns. Is there something we can we at least start talking instead? Because Brendan on the podcast said, can we agree there's a gun problem? The fucking number of hate emails we got.
Did you not want to give up those guns?
And Jim Jeffries was so funny because he goes in his pod. Did you hear that stand up today? He goes, here's the argument, because I like them, so fuck off. And it's like that's good enough.
Yeah.
The Constitution says that guns, we have a right to bear arms so we can protect ourselves against a tyrannical government, right? I mean, that's what the Second Amendment. Well, he's like, the government has drones, right? They got tanks, they got cruise missiles. Your AR-15 ain't doing shit.
Here's another problem. People need to understand this. The government is us. Okay? Everybody that you just described is someone who works in the military. Everyone you just described is someone who's a soldier.
Yeah.
Those soldiers are civilians. They're the same people. They're people. They're us. We're not talking about some global elite that's going to take over. They're not taking over with us.
Right.
We are not going to take over ourselves.
Yeah.
We're not. This is not a stupid fucking country. Like the idea that somehow or other the military will start taking it. What we have to be careful is people that have extreme power and shit judgment, like that cop that shot that kid in the hallway in Arizona. That horrible video. White guy shooting a white guy too, by the way. I don't even know if that has anything to do with racism, with a lot of what cops are doing. I think some of it most certainly does, but I think a lot of it has to do with people who are just incompetent and they're police officers and they shouldn't be police officers. And on top of that, I think the stress of the job just breaks people's brains. And I think sometimes people are just so out of their fucking mind with worrying about being shot and dealing with trauma and dealing with violence and dealing with domestic abuse and fucking murdered kids and all the fucked up things they see every day. Their brains are frazzled, man. And they're stepping out into the street and then they confront somebody. They just want to fucking shoot. They just want to shoot before they get shot. They're on a hair trigger, man.
That shit happens in a couple seconds too, right? And it's like
sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they plant a gun on the guy. I mean, sometimes it's absolutely a dirty cop.
Right.
You know, sometimes the guy's reaching for his wallet and they shoot him in the car with his baby in the backseat. There's been a bunch of these things, man. And I think it boils down to, more than anything, people that are fucking completely incompetent at being a police officer. What's amazing is the number of interactions where you never hear shit about. What's amazing is how many people get pulled over every day. How many people deal with a cop? How many people get questioned by a cop? How many people are in a situation where a cop has to talk to them about something that happened and nothing happens and nobody gets shot? It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
The numbers of actual interactions where everything goes okay far outweigh the dirty cop that shoots the kid in the hallway.
Of course.
And the cop that plants the taser on the guy after he shoots him. All these different things where there's a dirty guy. That's just people.
Right.
The number of honorable police officers is actually pretty fucking stunningly positive.
Absolutely.
If you really think about
and
it
the
that
number
way.
of cops that save lives or stop crimes from happening and all those things.
Protect people.
But you know, human beings have this crazy brain, right, with this negativity bias where something like violence and stuff has such an effect on our brain.
Yeah.
Like we're really good at seeing problems, but really bad at coming up with the solutions. Like we tend to jump to. So if there's a problem, if it's a very like, think about terrorism, right? People die and it's a very scary situation. Far more people die of diabetes.
Yeah.
Far more people die of heart disease.
Yeah.
Far more people die of the way you eat. Far more. I mean, not even
Far more people
close.
die from all the various pharmaceutical opiates.
That's exactly right. I mean, so I can't, how many people die of aspirin? Some crazy number.
I think it's 10,000.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna
those
look that
things
up.
are not as sexy. But we tend to react to the things that
Violence.
really scare us, right?
Yeah, well, violence.
Yeah.
Violence is what gets us, not disease. Like,
Yeah.
dude, I know 2 people who have lost loved ones to the flu this year. Yeah. Yep. One of them was a 14-year-old girl.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The flu killed her.
Jesus.
Yeah. Dude, this flu is no fucking
I was
joke.
down for 2 weeks.
Dude, it's
you get
no
it?
joke. I got it. I was down for a couple days because I caught it really early on. I knew it was happening, and I did nothing. I stayed home, and I ate real good, and I just slept all day.
See, I
let my
didn't
body
sleep
catch
and
up.
I worked out.
You
Like an
can't.
asshole.
The working out ones are the worst.
Killed me.
I've had that happen before where I was thinking I was a little bit sick, and then I worked out, and it just gripped me.
Got me.
Yeah, I
2
didn't
weeks.
do- I
I've
just-
never been sick like that. Hadn't been sick like since college.
I was
down.
real proud of myself that I recognized it. I was like, something's going on here. Like, I'm pretty in tune with when I'm feeling like a pussy, when I'm just lazy, and when, like, my body just feels off, and my body feels off. And then I was like, oh my God, and then I was sweating, and I'd be sitting there, it was chilly, and then I'd be sweating, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to get under the covers and Netflix the fuck out of these couple of days. And
That's
all I
so
did.
good.
Yeah.
Because I did that 2 days ago where everybody in my family was sick. Everybody was getting colds. Everybody around was getting colds.
Yeah.
And it was 8 hours. I'd been sleeping 8 hours. And I couldn't get out of bed. And I was like, I'm tired. I slept.
Yeah.
I fucking slept for 11 hours. I felt tip top. My body fought it. I was like, I'm not moving until
It's the move,
I have
man.
to get out.
It's the move, and
Yeah.
you gotta have a healthy body, folks. This is the one thing that I got from this year, and it was only, like I said, I was really only fucked up for like 2 days. But one thing I got is how wonderful it is to be healthy. I mean, we take this fucking thing for granted. This vitality, you take just feeling good, like right now. I feel great. I feel great.
Yeah, that's it.
I ate breakfast. I worked out. I'm healthy. hanging out with my friend.
Yeah, there are two
Doing a
things.
podcast.
There are two things they talk about, like when you do aid to a country. Number one is this fucking behavioral scientist named, he wrote a book called Scarcity, and his name is L.R. Shafir, and I did a podcast with him. And he studies like how humans behave when they don't have a full stomach. And most economists wrote their treatises from a full stomach. Adam Smith, the father of capitalism, was also living with his mother when he wrote The Moral Sentiments of Man and the Wealth of Nations. Okay, so he was what you don't hear is as this funny.
So he was like one of those internet marketing gurus that has like Ferraris that he rented
Yes.
in his mom's driveway.
Well, you know, this woman, I was talking about the free market, and I'm a free market guy, and you know, I'm a capitalist, and she said, that's great, and I've been inundated in the sort of the extreme Milton Friedman, F.A. Hayek kind of school of economics, but she was like, she wrote a thing called Donut Economics, and she's out of Oxford, and Kate Rayburn, and she said, well, you know what they don't tell you is that when Adam Smith was writing The Wealth of Nations, the fucking handbook for all capitalists and free market guys like yourself, is that his mother was like, Adam, dinner's almost ready, and I folded your laundry. You know, what's that worth? What the fuck is that worth, dude? You know what I mean? So you got to take those things into account.
It's funny.
My perspective on capitalism, I think, has always come from a full belly. Never been hungry. I was a wrestler, guys. I did have to suck a lot of weight. The point is, never been hungry. Never had to worry about where my next meal was coming from. Certainly never had to worry about a roof over my head. That's a big difference between even a guy like me and you. Like this is, you got your perspective is going to be different. It's going to be dull.
It has to be. There's a level of compassion, I think, that as a civilization we haven't hit. We haven't hit the right number. We're in this number where we don't give a fuck about each other enough. And I think that one of the ways that could be solved is, I've been thinking a lot about universal basic income. That if that was a possibility, where you could give everybody just a small amount of money, like $12,000 a year, which is like $1,000 a month, it's basically enough to get by, but you wouldn't have to think about that then. You wouldn't have to think about that aspect. Like, you always have food. Like, if we could make sure that everybody always had food and everybody always had a place to sleep, what would that cost? What would it cost to eradicate homelessness? To a point where if you were homeless, it was a total voluntary situation. Either you're just a nomad who likes camping, or you're mentally ill and you just need to sleep in a box because you think that's the only way that the animals can't get you. Right. There's those people like Skid Row. It's filled with
Crazy.
Right? And what percentage of our cities have homeless people in them? Like, is it 3% of the city's homeless? 1% of the city's
In the
homeless?
warmer climates, it's higher.
Right. How much of an impact would it be if you could just bring that down to zero? I mean, wouldn't that be just great for the way people feel about other people?
Well, there are societies that do that.
Right.
Singapore, certain Scandinavian
This is very
societies.
hippie, this podcast. This is strong weed.
Well, no, I mean, but you're asking a really good question because they have done these experiments.
$20 billion. That's it?
The
U.S. could end homeless, with money used to buy Christmas decorations. It would cost about $20 billion for the government to effectively eliminate homelessness in the United States, a housing and urban development official told the New York Times Monday, December 11, 2012. So, for what we spend, it's kind of the wrong question because I'll give a man a fish or feed a man or teach a man to fish, right?
Yeah, it's a really tricky stat.
It is.
You have to be careful with
It's
that.
a weird question, but it's also one that no one's addressing. It's like you look at people who are homeless, you go, "Oh, you fucking bum, get your shit together. Oh, you lazy fuck," or "Oh, you crazy person. Oh, he must be a junkie." You know?
Yeah, but so can I tell you? So my friend works with homeless youth, and pretty extensively has done it for 20 years. And actually, what he'll tell you, and he's a very compassionate person, but he'll tell you that the system in this city of Los Angeles, there are a lot of resources for people on the street. From places to get a computer, places to sleep, places to take a shower. And what happens is there are a lot of people that get this network. They figure out where to go. And one of the things that they are talking about in this community and trying to get kids and homeless people off the street, it's one thing. There are a lot. It's a complicated issue. But what has been said, and it was shocking to me, was they were like, problem is the system is so easy to game. It's so easy you can live on the street and live You can, and when you're a youth, you can actually, if you understand how to work the system, there are so many resources that a lot of times it doesn't lend itself to really needing to get out of a situation, right?
Yeah, but how many of these kids are playing
That's it, Charlie.
this with a game in the system?
A lot of them.
Really?
Because you're a human being, so you figure out where you can get your breakfast, where you can get your shower, where you can get your computer, where you can get your hangout, where you can get all
you
these
think
things.
somehow that's hurting them?
Look, I'm not saying.
What do you-
I'm not saying we shouldn't have these resources.
Right.
I thought it was fascinating that a lot of the people that are really in the front lines and involved in this are saying that the ironic and frustrating thing sometimes can be that it does create not complacency, but certainly there are way more resources than you think. There are people that have worked very hard to address this problem, and people do it when they know.
Charlie,
where
that's
to
all we
go.
got.
They do know where to get food. They do know where to get a shower. They do know where to do all those
Right.
things, so they can live on the street.
But there's many levels to this, right?
Yeah, of
First of
course.
all, one of the big levels, the inescapable, is mental illness.
Yes.
Those people, there's a lot of people that are wandering around the street that really should probably be in some sort of an institution
Yes.
getting health care
Yes.
and medicated.
Yes.
But how do you force someone to do that? And is that the issue, or is it a funding issue? You know, that was an issue apparently when
Supreme Court
Reagan,
decision, yeah.
when Reagan was in office, they lowered the standard of what's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and they just let a bunch of dudes just wander through the streets.
That actually wasn't. It was a little bit more complicated than that.
Sure.
It was that the
Sure it
state.
was.
The state doesn't have a right to keep you against your will if you don't want to be. Right.
Right.
So there had to be very specific criteria for that. So this whole thing with gun control, like it's a mental health issue. Well, if you talk to the psychiatrist, they'll be like, look, dude. The criteria for saying and getting somebody essentially classified as a danger to society and like a real threat is very steep. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
You can't do that because somebody talks to themselves. You can't do it because they're hearing voices.
Well, the FBI went to visit that kid 2 years ago.
Right.
The kid who shot up a school in Florida, and they decided he wasn't a threat. But he might not have been a threat 2 years ago. Like people saying, oh, they visited him 2 years ago, they're incompetent. No, he might be a different person now. You have to realize that, like, people get way worse. Like, we've all known people that we knew at one point in time in our life, and then you don't see them for 6 years, and then you see them and you're like, whoa. Well, that's because people evolve, and sometimes they evolve, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they recede. Sometimes it gets ugly. Sometimes they go crazy.
Weren't you talking about how, because 20% of boys in this fucking country are diagnosed with ADHD?
Yes.
20%?
Misdiagnosed.
Of course, because you have a doctor who
Misdiagnosed.
spends 10 minutes with you who's not an expert on ADHD. Could be 1,000 other things.
I
could just be a
retweeted
boy.
It was on Rhonda Patrick post of the study.
And then we're
did you know
drugging
that
them.
ADHD was something that wasn't that the one that was created? See, Google this too. Sorry. ADHD was the one that was created by the advertising agency.
What a surprise. No
Like
way.
there's been several conditions that were literally invented by advertising agencies in order to promote a cure.
So it's attention deficit
Hyperactive
hyperactivity
disorder. Yeah. Look, I don't
That was
know
me.
how much of that is a real disease. Maybe some of it is. Maybe I'm obviously not an expert. Maybe some of it is a kid whose brain works different. Right? Let me tell you something, man. My dog might have ADHD or whatever the fuck it is. I go to see him and he goes crazy. He's out of his fucking mind. He thinks we're going running. He's running around in circles. He's hopping up and down. He bolts back and forth into the backyard. He's like a maniac. Like I can't control him. You know what the solution for that is? I take him running.
Right.
I don't lock him in a room
Yeah.
and then drug him.
You know when I
That's
was
what
really
you're doing with little kids.
You know when I was really focused? You know when I wasn't focused? Algebra. You know when I was really focused? If somebody started talking about fighting and how to throw a right hand.
Just think about what I'm saying with my dog. There's really something to that. Like, that dog wanted to go run. And if I forced him to sit into a room, he would go crazy. He would bark, and he wouldn't want to do that. That's how kids are.
Exactly.
It's the same goddamn thing. There it is.
Yeah,
the
that's-
drugging of the American boy. But what was the tweet, Jamie? Is this an Esquire article? What did the tweet say? 1 in 5 boys will be diagnosed with ADHD by the time they make it to high school. To date, only one significant study has looked at ADHD misdiagnosis and found 20 to 25% of boys were misdiagnosed. And this was before ADHD was as common as it is now. So they're saying it's a real issue. I know quite a few people that are drugging their kids. My next door neighbor, they put their fucking kid on Ritalin. There was nothing wrong with this kid. I talk to that kid all the time.
It's fucked up. That's
the kid
bad
just had
things,
too
though.
much energy. Kid just had too much energy, and they didn't want to deal with it. and they weren't paying attention to him. They worked all day, and then the kid's bouncing off the walls, and nobody wants to take care of the kid, and so they put him on Ritalin.
Awful.
Dude, it's happening everywhere. It's
It
happening all
has
across
very bad
America.
side effects, some of these drugs.
Look at this. 6.4 million children between the ages of 4 and 17 have been diagnosed with ADHD. By high school, nearly 20% of all boys will have been diagnosed with ADHD, a 37% increase since 2003.
My son is a classic example of a kid who doesn't like to sit still in rough houses. He's a boy.
origin of ADHD. See if,
Schools have no time for it.
Of course.
They have no time for boy energy.
No,
you're
and it's-
condemned because it's aggressive. And
You're
my
asking a
son's
boy to not be a boy.
he's being told that his hands are hot lava. He can't use his hands. That's healthy.
Oh, my God. What kind of liberal school are you taking?
Public school. Public school. That's what happens.
It's awful.
This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, 1900 ADHD was first mentioned in 1902. British pediatrician, so it must be a wrong one, a different one, described an abnormal defect of moral control in children. He found that some affected children could not control behavior the way a typical child would, but they were still intelligent. Maybe it was restless leg syndrome. Was that it?
Didn't you
Was
tell
that
me?
it?
I feel like that one might have been, but I don't know.
Damn it, who was the... Oh, sorry. Who was the guest? You remember the guest? It was a woman who was telling us all about this. Some medical expert. Was it Kelly Brogan? It might have been. Might have been Kelly Brogan. Dr. Kelly.
But didn't you say, aren't there studies about school shooters, and a lot of them were on SSRIs and stuff?
Yes. Mass shooters. Not just school shooters. But like
All on
people
some
shoot
kind
up.
of
Yeah.
drug.
Even the Vegas guy. The Vegas guy was on anti-anxiety medication. Yeah, that stuff, and that's also Chris Cornell was on anti-anxiety medication. There's a lot of people who are on psych drugs who lose their fucking minds because psych drugs are not universal, right? Like, there's no thing. Like, here's a perfect example. Say if you have there's a solution that makes alcohol 91 octane, right? And you add something to that. And you can add some additives and it'll spike it up. And you can try to find the right mixture. But that's just fucking gasoline.
Right.
You're throwing things in there, you're trying to mix it up. You don't know exactly what the right thing is. That's how they're doing your brain.
Correct.
When they're giving you these things.
Yeah.
That's why they say try this one. There's not like, okay,
It's not an exact
you
science.
have 1 cup of flour, you need 2 eggs.
Yeah.
And 1 tablespoon of sugar. No.
No.
There's no specific recipe. And what the fuck does feel good mean?
The other thing that they're not taking into account is that, you might be depressed for a good reason.
Yeah.
In other words, if you made me do a job I hated,
Yeah.
and I wasn't allowed to work out, or I didn't know how to eat, or 1,000 things that make me feel good, because I have to self-regulate.
Yes.
I'm 51, and I still have to self-regulate, because otherwise, I'll go crazy. If I didn't know how to do those things, I would probably be depressed. Now you're going to give me drugs. Well, that's not going to help me.
Well, here's what
Because
I
what
think,
I'm
man.
doing, my behavior is what it is.
For sure. But here's what I think. You got to recognize that kid, your son, who has that energy, that's a gift. And what you're doing is you're making him squander that gift by sitting him down in a fucking chair and he wants to go crazy. That kid is supposed to be like my dog, running around all day. Okay? My dog is a year old. That's 7. He's a 7-year-old dog, basically. In dog years. And he's like a 7-year-old kid. He's running around. He's going fucking crazy. But that's because he wants to run. But once he runs,
He's
that
fine.
Dog's the best.
Yes.
And your kid will be too. If your kid was involved in something where they emphasized physical movement and then taught things in between workouts, taught things in between they play a game outside, play a little dodgeball, play a little soccer, play a little basketball. Then, after you wear yourself out a little, come sit down, we're going to teach about math. Teach them about math, and then you're going to show them this is leverage. We're all going to pick things up. You think you pick it up like let them now pick it up with leverage. Oh, you see, you understand? You can teach kids in a very physical way instead of forcing them to sit down. Who the fuck wants to sit that hard ass chair where you feel other people's gum on the top of your leg? It sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. You're sitting there waiting for the fucking class to be over. Stuck
Let
in
them
some
get their
room.
energies out. Let them move around. Did I ever tell you that my acting teacher, who looked at me all the time, is the greatest? And he goes, I done a scene. He goes, you know what we got with you? Got a little self-esteem problem. You think of yourself as a second banana. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, you got to start believing in yourself more. You got to start thinking of yourself.
Coach,
Yeah, he
fuck
goes,
you.
he goes, you got to start thinking of yourself as a first banana.
Did he say this when he was in his underwear?
He did. I was wearing black lace on. He goes, put these black lace undies on. There you go. And I'm gonna pierce your nipples. Now listen. What's that? Why do you smell like cologne?
Leopard seal.
This is weird. So he says that to me, and I'm a young actor, and I'm fucked up over it. I'm like, I gotta get better. I gotta get higher self-esteem. So I say to my buddies, kind of group of guys, one of my buddies older and wiser, and I said, man, I was told I have low self-esteem, you know? And I heard a voice in the back over there goes, thank God. And I go, huh? And they go, you really think you'd be this funny if you fucking liked yourself, bro? If you think you'd be a fucking actor if you liked yourself, go fuck yourself. That guy's an asshole. Keep hating yourself. It's the best part of you. And
Maybe that's how that guy tanks men.
fuck. I know. I was like, you're right. I liked it. The whole point, the whole thing that drives me is the fact that I've never been satisfied with myself, and I'm never going to lose that. If you make me really happy with myself, I'm not so sure it's a good thing.
You know what you got to figure out how to do, I think, not you, but I think humans, to somehow or another disconnect you from the result. If you can figure out a way to disconnect you from the result, you can look at it more objectively. You're going to feel the sting of failure. It's a fact. But you have to recognize what that is and intellectualize it. You got to put it in this little box. Okay, this is good. Because now I'm going to be fucking pumped up to improve. I'm going to recognize the urgency in failure because it's so extremely uncomfortable. But that's not me. What me is the person who's doing this, and I'm eventually going to be a finished product. I'm going to figure this out. But right now, that little thing that happened that sucks, like, okay, don't freak out. Everybody fucks up. Maybe you fucked up this way, but you didn't run into someone's car. Maybe you did run into someone's car, but you didn't do this. Everybody's got their own little fuck up.
Failure is a huge part of
It's a giant part of being a human. You got to understand the consequences of doing something incorrectly, and especially the humiliating feeling of being like put in your place. Like you might think you're good at something, and then you fail at it. You go, oh my god! Like I had this elevated sense of how good I was at this thing. Now I have to look at it more objectively, and I have to get to that place where I thought I was. Yeah, just people don't want to work.
Well, I had Andy Galpin. Have you had Andy Galpin?
He's great.
Very smart guy.
Brilliant guy.
I said, what's best for recovery? And he goes, why do you want to recover? I said, what do you mean? Well, why don't you let your body adapt and figure it out? Just eat some food, see how it feels, but maybe suffer a little bit and see what that does, because your body might have to compensate and get stronger as a result.
Sure.
Kind of an interesting way of looking at it. I was like,
I think there's definitely something to that. I mean, I think that's why people push, right? That's what pushing is. It's forcing adaptation. Your body's going, oh my god, this asshole wants to deadlift now.
Right.
Okay, I've got to adapt now. That's also what the sauna is. You got your body trying to adapt. Okay, this asshole wants to live at 170 degrees. I have to figure out how to keep everything from shutting down. Let's mass produce these heat shock proteins. Try to figure out, you know, how
It's
to
also
get
what-
norepinephrine.
it's also what like being honest with somebody is, right? So, like, it's also kind of like sitting and hearing things you don't want to hear about yourself, maybe
Sure,
shortcomings, right?
sure,
So when
yeah.
somebody says something to you, like you're not taking yourself, you're not working hard enough, or you're not working correctly, or you did this wrong, or your ideas are a bit bankrupt. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
That shit is not fun
At all.
to hear.
No.
But it's exactly like working out. If you can just sit and listen and take it in, not argue it, listen, take it in, feel bad for a while, I promise you, that's probably the best way to change. Listening and hearing it, because it'll bother you, let it bother you, and then let that spur you to action. But
Yeah.
if you want to shout Christina Summers down, or you want to get into your safe space and not hear those things because they hurt you, this is why they're
Yeah, but that's not
categorizing.
only part of the problem. The real problem is a control power problem. There's control and power problems because these are 18-year-old kids and they've just gotten away from home for the first time and they want to exercise their power. They want to change the world, and they're fucking babies.
Yeah.
They have half-baked brains and they want to yell shit out and they think that they're doing the right thing. They really do. And they were yelling outside. We won't have fascists in our school. Do you see Jordan Peterson was doing a speech and they were literally at the windows. They climbed the walls and got to the windows and were banging on the windows from the outside while the speech went on. Dude, it's disturbing. And everyone inside is super calm, and there's people that keep an eye on the window because you hear it cracking. Like they're just smashing this fucking window, just banging up against it the entire time he's talking. You just hear bang, 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 bang. And they're yelling shit outside about fascism or... it's like they don't even know what the fuck that means.
No, they don't.
Like they literally are just saying it for anybody who disagrees with them.
Yeah.
When a real fascist comes along, they're going to be so duped.
Well, they'll be shot. They'll be lined up
sure.
against the wall and shot. That's what fascists do. Real fascists.
But they seem to think that disagreeing with people who are out of their fucking mind
They don't have any
equates
confidence.
fascism.
They have no confidence, right? So if
Why
you're
is
having
that?
because if you're having an argument with somebody and you end up hitting them because they're saying things you don't like, it means you don't have the ideas to compete with their ideas. You
Well, I
have
don't
a
think it's
rebuttal.
that, dude. I think they're just young and they don't understand what the fuck they're doing. They're enjoying this ability to scream out.
It's like a
they're
tantrum.
practicing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've got way too much power. They're children.
Yeah.
They're essentially children.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could go to war, some of them, and but that's not right anyway. They probably shouldn't be able to. You should
Yeah.
probably be like 21 before you make that decision. The whole thing's fucking crazy. It's crazy that they don't have enough security to keep the fucking kids from banging on the windows.
Right.
Like, what kind of nonsense facility do you run? You just didn't see that coming? You guys, do you have the internet? You guys have the internet?
It's kind
You
of
see
new
what's
to
going
America.
on?
It's kind of new though. American culture is always
It's been a few years.
No, I'm saying
Few years they've been
American
doing that
culture has
stuff.
always given their kids recently too. Jonathan Haidt talks about this helicopter parenting and sort of the idea that your kid has his own autonomy and it's very important. I've seen all the new science on this. I mean,
For sure, yeah.
your kid
there's definitely something
is allowed to exercise their point of view and have a tantrum, and then you have to show them that there are consequences for that. You know that's a new way of looking at. A lot of cultures are like, hey, if you fucking talk to me like that again, I'm gonna hit you in the fucking. I'm gonna take this riding crop and whack your fucking legs or whatever it might be. So I don't know.
Well, we've got it real soft right now. It's a real easy time to be alive. And I think ultimately the shit's going to balance out. I really do. And I think ultimately a lot of these kids that are super radical now will probably stabilize as they get older and more experienced and be more embarrassed with some of the things they've done especially to disrupt free speech. They should really be embarrassed by that because it's so foolish. Like all you have to do is formulate a really good argument to what that idea is, and then you play those ideas out in the court of public opinion. You do it in some sort of a way where you have one person representing one side, one person representing the other side, and you beat that idea with better ideas. And that's what you're supposed to do. That's the whole exercise. And these people that oppose your ideas, you should use that to challenge you to improve your ideas, to make your ideas undeniable. So that when you present that argument, you've looked at it from both sides. There's far too many people, including these people that are interrupting people, that are only looking at an argument from the point of view that they would like to be correct.
Yeah.
And they're only looking at it like she's a
Confirmation
fascist,
bias.
she's a Nazi. They're not looking at her like, hey, maybe that's just a lady, and maybe she's a nice lady, and maybe she's got some points, maybe I agree with her, and maybe I don't. But you gotta let her talk. This is all nonsense. It's holding signs up and trying to get attention. This is not the time for that.
It doesn't persuade anybody over to your side. I'll tell you that much.
They're not even trying to do that.
No.
They're just trying to recruit the troops. And then also they're trying to send out a flag that they care and they're out here doing the right goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Using my voice.
Yeah.
I'm out here using my voice.
Yeah.
No, you're being a little kid that's interrupting
Well,
another
they're being
person's
tribal.
speech.
They're in their tribe, and it's way easier to be against something than to define what they're for. If you ever ask them what they're for, like I had this conversation
Equality,
with this woman.
bro.
Was that?
Equality.
Well,
of everything.
they don't know what that
including
means.
comedians. I want an equal number.
Yeah,
You see what happened with Bert?
yeah.
Someone wants an equal number of comedians, men and women.
It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Are you funny enough to be on stage? Okay, then I don't give a fuck what you look like. I don't care if you're.
Nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah.
Remember when
Fuck
Jerry
you.
Seinfeld got in trouble because they were like, "Why is comedian cars having coffee all white guys?"
Well, I don't know, but there are a lot of funny white guys, so fuck off. A lot of funny black guys too.
Well, that's what Jerry Seinfeld said. He said essentially, "I don't care what color they are. I speak the language of comedy. I care if they're funny."
Exactly.
And they were like, "That sounds racist."
They're so dumb. They're
They were
so
like,
dumb.
"I'm so sorry, but that sounds racist."
And you're dumb. And you're fucking dumb.
What would you say if you were there and that lady said that? Because there was a woman, two guys are sitting, a guy and a girl are sitting there talking, and they played the Jerry Seinfeld clip. And then the woman, who was African American, was like, "I'm sorry, but that's racist." And I was sitting at home
And I
watching
take
going,
Kevin Hart's
"How's
the
that?"
biggest comic in the world, and most of his audiences, most of his ticket payers are white. He's undeniable. Most of the people that go to his movies are white, and he's earned it because he's fucking hilarious.
Right, but that doesn't have anything to do with what she's saying is that he's racist because he's not having black people on his show.
I don't know how
And
I don't know
he's
how to argue with that.
and he's saying, no, I don't even care. I just care, are they funny? I don't care. Like, diversity doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care. And she's like, that's so racist. But I feel like when you say something's racist today, you don't have to back it up anymore. People just back off, especially if you're saying a white person's racist. If you say a white person's racist, everybody pulls out the microphone, the magnifying glass. Wait a minute, what have we got here? We're looking at a racist?
But they'll also say
Look
this:
at that
you're
fucking thing,
racist and you
it's
don't even know
zirconia.
it. Yeah, you're
Oh, it's
racist
like
and you don't
that.
know it. You don't even know it. Like you're the white supremacy's everywhere. And
Well, they teach that at schools now.
Yes, I know.
They teach that also at some jobs.
That's
Some
why you have,
jobs
you have to go to bias training,
Yeah, bias training.
anti-bias training.
What do they call it?
I think it's anti-bias
Subconscious. Subconscious bias training. Like you might even realize you're racist and you are racist. How many black guys are now late because of all this stuff?
Hopefully,
A lot. A lot of hippie white chicks just want to show they're not racist. Just get a dick down.
it's just it's. And I'm in the corner jerking off
What?
and crying.
No. It's just weird, man. It's just I've never seen us so divided, and part of it has to do with Trump for sure. There's like this reaction, like that they feel like really obligated to act. People feel obligated to act and try to make things change, which I think is ultimately good. All this thing, all of what's going on right now does not concern me nearly as much as it does a lot of other people. Because I feel like people are already reacting to it and already going, what in the fuck? You know, and the ship is already starting to right itself.
Well, the Oscars was the lowest rated, I think, in the history of the Oscars.
I heard that, but it's also 26 million people watched. That's a lot of fucking people. That's a lot. Don't shit on someone who got 26 million
No,
people.
but I think people
are
are more afraid to be. People get very kind of like, well, we're getting political here, and
That's
it's
true,
getting
but when they
radical.
looked at the numbers were they were comparing it to like 2013.
Yeah.
They were down 5 million from 2013, I think it was. Guess what wasn't around 2013? Netflix!
True.
There's a lot more shit to watch.
True.
What's it down from last year? There's definitely people that are bored with Hollywood, though. Like, enough.
Well, Hollywood's overreach. I think Hollywood tends to be. What bothers me about Hollywood is their virtue signaling. Like they're going to set an example. You fucking guys. Like you want to be liked, okay? And you're as fickle as it gets. They were the same people that were standing up and clapping for Roman Polanski.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, some of them were.
Yeah.
Some of them were really saying some ridiculous shit.
I mean,
Like
come
that
on, guys.
it's a long time ago. And
He drugged and sodomized a 13-year-old.
I think
I
he
was
fucked
like-
more than one, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So guess what?
Yeah.
I can't have that guy. You're not getting. They want to sign a petition to bring him back in the country. I can't forgive that.
No.
Stay in France.
Well, they want to bring him back to the country to arrest him, and they're really trying hard to do that. And there's people that resist that. I think he's an amazing artist, and artists are just different.
Just be consistent, though.
You
Be
can't.
consistent.
That's where I draw the line. You can't drug kids and fuck them in the ass.
I mean, Asia Argento, who was one of the people that came out against Harvey Weinstein, she had been raped by him apparently, and then she had a sexual relationship for 10 years afterwards. Which, by the way, people are like I actually forgive that because people go back to the trauma, right? They want to relive it on their own terms.
Mm-hmm.
But she signed the petition for Roman Polanski to to be freed when he was put under arrest in, I believe it was Switzerland. Now, that's not consistent. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but if that
Are you
guy's
sure?
just as bad as you can see the petition online.
What was her perspective?
She was somebody who thought Roman Polanski should not be prosecuted for something that happened a long time ago. She signed that petition. I would never sign that petition. So there's a lot of disconnect. So I have a big problem with that sort of disconnect. That's a problem. I don't know this woman. I don't know her. I believe her. I believe what she says about Harvey Weinstein. And again, people are like, well, she went back to the scene of the crime. That's very common. But don't sign a petition and then now be this leading voice in this whole, anti-harassment. It's like, I think it's very inconsistent. I think you have to at least answer to that.
Did she comment on why she signed
I
it?
think there was a mea culpa there, but it's very inconsistent, and there's a lot of that out there. There's a lot of that out
We
there.
should make sure that she definitely did that.
You'll see it.
Just see if you can Google that, young Jamie.
You'll see
It
it.
feels like something that you have to.
I looked it up. I actually looked it up. I wanted to see who had signed that petition. I came across her name, and I was like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't make any sense, man. I don't get it.
I don't know enough about what happened. I know that he drugged and sodomized some young
13
girl.
girl. She was 13.
But what, like,
And her mom dropped her off, I believe.
why was she there?
Yeah, it was the 70s, man.
People were just afraid.
Apparently
of the
she looked
kids.
every bit of 20. All that shit that you hear.
Man,
But I believe he knew she was 13. Then he knew he was going to go away to jail. And he left the country.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And and then apparently there's another woman that he had done that to. So,
Yeah. Imagine being on the scene back then. How weird that must have been. Like there had been, like, think about Roman Polanski making movies in, like, what, the 1970s, right?
Yeah. I mean, God, Chinatown.
It's only,
Like, amazing.
Yeah, amazing. They'd only been making movies for like a few decades. It was a real new thing.
She signed a petition, but I found a tweet she put out a couple months ago where she said she regretted doing it.
I already regretted signing the petition years ago.
She said,
Mistake.
Roman Polanski's
No,
a filmmaker whose work I admire greatly, but if I ever see him, I'll spit in his face if he's lucky.
Yeah, but you signed the petition.
I already regretted signing the petition years ago. Already felt it was a mistake. No excuses. It was stupid. This indicates a pattern of behavior that, if true, and I believe it to be true, is beyond unforgivable. Well, I think you got a good point though about she made a mistake, and there is something that happens to people that have been violated. Sometimes they blame themselves.
That's what I said.
Sometimes
I forgive that.
and there could be a little of that in her decision-making process too.
I can't
There
forget.
could be a little bit of wanting to be in with Hollywood, you know.
That's not ethically or morally
I
consistent.
know, and she fucked up, and she realized she fucked up.
But you're also coming after people now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we're gonna, and a lot of these people, you know, deserve to be come after. But you know, we have to be consistent here.
Right, but isn't she being consistent by just saying that she fucked up and she realized that she fucked up?
Well, there are a lot of people that are saying that once they get caught.
Well, that petition doesn't mean jack shit. They ain't letting them.
Doesn't matter. You signed it, and it was
Yes.
I don't know anybody that would sign that. Like, I would never sign that petition.
Right.
That's all I'm trying to say. Be
Yeah.
consistent.
If
So,
the guy came to America and got arrested and went through the trial and then got convicted, how much time would you do?
I don't know.
I mean, what's interesting is, like, would it be better karmically to go to jail for what he did, come back, go to jail, and then everyone would always know when you got out that you were convicted and you were punished for child molestation. Like, you did it and they got you. Everyone would know. Whereas now, he's living in France and he has to deal with it floating over his head. Everyone who meets me knows that I drugged and raped a kid. Everywhere I go, everyone knows I drugged and raped a kid. And it just keeps playing out in his head all day
That
long.
public shaming is powerful shit.
Well, I mean, that's the highest level.
Yes.
This is drugging and raping a kid.
I'm a forgiving guy.
I can't forgive that one.
I can't. Like, I'm a forgiving dude, man. I don't stay mad, and I think it's good to be forgiving about things. There are certain things that, to me, and he's a great filmmaker and a great artist. For me, that kind of stuff is very difficult, man. It's just very difficult. I had an argument with a bunch of older actors about this, and they were all saying it was a long time ago. She looked up, and I was like, if it was your daughter, and she was 13, how would you feel? You just got to keep going back to that.
Well, especially if you actually have a daughter. You actually have a daughter you're not conceptualizing that. You've got it actually locked into your brain. You're actually thinking about your daughter, and it becomes a completely different thing. I remember thinking when I was young, you know, if someone did that to my daughter, but that was like, before I had a kid, it was like, that was just a weird concept. Didn't seem real. But now you think about this 13-year-old girl, and you're like, whoa.
But what a court would do, or what a trial would do, is you might hear something like, I don't know, but you might hear, I don't know, she said out she was 20. When we talk about drugging, hold on, she smoked a little weed that guy gave her over there. Right. Let's be careful, right? And then you start hearing all the extenuating circumstances, and maybe you would go, you got to do the time, but at least I get how that happened because you thought it was something different, right? What was your intention? What did you see? Well, we don't know that. So what happens is we start, and we're doing this too, and I'm doing it. I don't know all the details of the case. So, and all I'm saying is that he drugged and sodomize a 13-year-old
Do you
girl.
think
When
it's
you hear that,
possible that everyone was drugged, him included?
well, this is what I'm saying. So we all have to be careful, and I have to too, because I'm kind of breaking my own rule here. I'm drawing these very strong, hard and fast. Like there's no context in what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
There's no nuance in what I'm saying if there's no context.
Right.
And you got to be careful because everything is nuance and context. In a way, otherwise you're taking me at just the words I'm
Right.
saying. So
What I'm seeing from this is like she's upset and you're upset. Like she's upset she signed it and you're upset she signed it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean nearly as much to me. Like people making a mistake, like her making that mistake, doesn't mean much to me. It's just a mistake. It
I
doesn't.
forgive it. I'm not
But here's
saying.
the thing:
You know,
there's no consequences. No one got hurt because of that mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a mistake she fucked up, but it didn't ultimately hurt anyone. Like it doesn't. I don't like the fact that someone would at least temporarily have that thought in their mind, like that guy should be free. Like leave him alone. What's bygone be bygone.
I'm actually talking about something different.
What are you talking about?
So I'm talking about
Talking
the
about
idea
Israel
that
Clinton?
Hollywood tends to do. I was just using her as an example.
Okay.
Hollywood tends to do that which is popular, that which is going to make them liked, rather than something that's morally or ethically consistent.
Sure.
That's what I mean, right?
Well, we've talked about this before, that it all comes down to the whole process of being chosen to do things.
Yeah.
Or being chosen to direct, or chosen to act, or chosen. Everybody's constantly working to be chosen. You're all trying to audition for things, or trying to angle to get a certain role. It's a constant process of
Yeah.
like me, like me, like me. And these are people that go into this job with this yearning desire to be loved.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they're playing this weird political game. I mean, acting is all political. It doesn't make any sense that every other occupation, except maybe tech's probably like mostly liberal, but Hollywood's almost exclusively liberal. And if you step out of those lines, nobody wants to work with you anymore.
Well, Hollywood on the surface is liberal, but actually, nobody who's conservative or whatever will speak out.
Right, like Tim Allen lost his show because he's conservative.
Yeah.
He's an old white guy. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Old white guys?
Yeah, that's a
They
very
play
real,
golf.
probably a very real thing nowadays. I
Start
think.
hanging out with Dennis Miller.
Yeah, Dennis Miller, same thing.
He went fucking straight
James
Republican.
Woods. James Woods is
Oh
crazy.
yeah, James Woods is arguing with people on Twitter. Like, James, you're 70 years
That's
old.
crazy.
How many years you got left? How many moments in your life do you really have left? Do you have 1,000? Like, what are you gonna do? You gonna waste 400 of them on Twitter?
Yeah.
That's not wise. That's
Yeah.
not a wise
Well, he
thing.
said he was blackballed for his conservative views.
Was he really?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't
Maybe
want to
he
be.
was.
Again, I don't want to be. I don't know if I'm being helpful. Right.
So,
Well, so you call out certain people or you talk about the inconsistencies. Most people are doing the best they can and trying to make the world a better place, right?
are they? I think most people are just like rolling downhill in a hamster wheel,
Exactly.
trying to figure out how to stop this fucking thing. Yeah, most people are just on full-on momentum. Most people are definitely not thinking about how to make the world a better place. Occasionally, people think of that. What they try to think is, how do I get by? Number one,
Yeah.
and then how do I get better? How do I get ahead? Number two. Those are the things they think of. And occasionally, what's going on? What's happening over there? Fucking Trump. And then they go back to work.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, that's all you can do sometimes.
yeah, most people. That's most people.
It's
But
really
a guy
hard
like
to make
James
a
Woods, it's like, Jesus, James, I get it, but you're not changing hearts and minds on Twitter.
Well,
He says funny shit though sometimes.
yeah, I was going to say, like,
Funny guy.
the biggest thing is, like, are you, it's really hard to persuade anybody. It's fucking basic.
Super hard.
Like, I was thinking about what the times I've changed my mind. Hard to change my mind.
But I never change it in an argument. I change it.
Yeah, right.
I change it in a conversation. I don't mind changing my mind. I think that's important too.
Yeah.
You know, and I've changed my mind before, and people got mad at me. Bro, you fucking changed your mind. Like, yeah, I changed my mind. I learned some new stuff, and I went, oh, okay. I can't defend this old idea, and I'm not an idea. It's stupid.
Dude, the first what's the first rule in being a scientist? Doubt, ignorance. You don't know anything, and then you make sure that you're responsive to the evidence, and then even if you build up a whole reputation on your conclusion, you have to be willing to change your conclusion based upon new evidence.
Yeah,
you
not only
have
that.
to be
What are
responsive.
you, a finished product?
Yeah, exactly.
You're a finished product? Oh, it's amazing.
You're a verb.
Yeah. But I'm definitely smarter than I was 3 months ago.
Different person too.
Yeah.
How about the difference between you when you were 28 and now?
It's
Like, I was a different
human.
person.
Yeah, totally different human. Yeah.
But that raises an interesting question too. So, okay, you're a very different person now.
But what if you did something awful then? Like
That's what I
committed
mean.
Murder.
And now
Like,
you're
when should they let you go?
right. And now at 51, I'm so different than when I was 21.
Sure.
I don't remember that. I was such a moron. I was a moron at 30.
I remember feeling that awkward lack of control I had for myself, like feeling how awkward it was and wishing I had more composure. I remember like actively feeling that at 21, that it was so impulsive and so crazy, and I wished I was more composed. And I would see people that had their shit together, and I would really admire them. Like, look at that guy, all composed and shit.
Yeah.
Dressed nice, knows what to say when not to say it. Meanwhile, I'd blurt things out that I should never say.
How about the way you look? Like, I was thinking about the way I looked at certain things, like women and their capabilities. When I was a young man, you know what changed me in looking at women in a different light? The UFC and having children with a woman. And watching how good she was at raising kids and all the things that takes. That's a certain type of strength. And then watching women like Paige Van Zandt fight 3 rounds with a broken arm.
No.
That was all something that I didn't think belonged. That was an arena I was not aware of. That kind of feminine strength or fortitude, or whatever you want to call it. It causes me to look at that gender differently than I did before. So in a lot of ways, I'm a different person. And as you get older, that's what happens. You see the world differently as you are exposed to more data and exposed to more and different paradigms and examples. And I think that's a good thing.
It is a good thing. And it's ridiculous. The female-male debate back and forth is ridiculous because people vary so much inside those groups that for someone to say, all women do this, women are all thinking this, women are... No, that doesn't make any sense. That's just as stupid as saying men all do this,
Right.
all men do this. No, that doesn't make any sense. We're fucking human beings. There's a great number of men that do this stupid thing, and a great number of women that say this annoying thing. There's a great number of people that are just looking to skate by in this life, men and women.
Yep.
There's a great number of dummies. There's a great number of really inspirational, fantastic people that also have vaginas.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
What a
A lot
surprise.
of fucking really smart ones that'll blow your mind in a conversation, and they just happen to be female. And there's a lot of them that are just happen to be male. And that male who happens to be fucking brilliant and articulate and mind-blowing has almost no fucking relation to some idiot, shithead, ditch digger, asshole.
Yeah.
Which is nothing wrong with digging ditches, folks. Just don't dig ditches.
Don't
if you're an
politically
asshole.
correct.
Trying to be.
No, but it's also like one of the things I noticed is you have a lot of people from different backgrounds. You got Nigeria in this corner, you got Pakistan in that corner, you got China in that corner, you got fucking America, you got a white guy from Iowa. When they all have to get food out to a group of people in a restaurant, or they got to figure out a way to run a business together, all that shit, nobody has time for that shit. Everybody's kind of working toward a common goal.
Nobody has time if you actually have something important to do. It's when you don't have something important to do, you start looking at like weird shit. Like, I fucking hate gingers. You know, gingers are all the devil.
Damn.
You know, you start looking at things
Can't
that makes
handle
people
sun.
different. You know, you start looking at the differences and getting annoyed with stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think all human beings, just like your son, have a physical requirement. There's a bond requirement that we all have with each other. There's a love requirement that we all have with each other. We have to get a certain amount of love. You got to have a certain amount of bonding and camaraderie with the people around you. And these needs should be just like they give you like a vitamin C chart. You know, USDA recommended daily allowance of vitamin C is this. Recommended daily allowance of iron is that. Like all that stuff is important for your body. I think you have an equally important requirement for your mind.
Yes.
And for just your physical being, like not necessarily your body in terms of like nutrition, but just love and warmth, like the human touch.
You know the babies will die if you don't touch them, right?
Yeah.
It's called failure to thrive. So in hospitals, when they have babies that don't have parents, they have people that come around and hold the babies. So
Jesus
if the
Christ.
baby's not held, you can feed the baby and everything. If the baby's not held, the baby will die.
Fuck.
They have to be touched by another human being. The baby has to.
Yeah, it's like water or food.
Yeah.
There's a fucking requirement.
Yeah.
And I think that this is being violated in schools when you're teaching little kids with tons of energy. And the way they cope with that violation is give those kids medication that makes them conform. And we just accept that. And then people get on anti-anxiety medication, and people get on all this medication, that medication. And how many of these medications are clearly described because your life sucks? Or prescribed, rather, because your life sucks? How many of them? Is it half?
Right.
Is it 30%? Like, what number of people actually have something wrong with their brain, and what number of people have something wrong with their brain because their life sucks?
Right.
God damn it. I hate going over the same subject over and over again because it's just so.
Well, it's
drilled
hard to
into
come
my
up.
brain.
It's hard to come up with fucking answers because it all depends.
It's drilled
Like I
into
was
my
talking to
brain.
Andy Gelfman about that. I was like, well, is this vitamin good for you, or is this supplement good for you, or is this? I was showing him stuff I take, and he goes, it depends. It just depends on your body. It depends on what are you doing with your body. What is your routine like on a daily, on a weekly basis? What kind of stresses are you putting your body on? Some things work, some things don't. There's no clear-cut, single variable answer.
It's just so fascinating that all of our bodies have different requirements because we literally developed in different parts of the world
I know.
and scooted over here in a boat
Yep.
and started fucking each other.
Yep.
And, oh, look at you, allergic to cats. You know, like all these weird things
Yeah.
that stuck with us.
I do better with goat dairy
Me too.
than I do with
Much better.
Mediterranean than I do with Holstein cow dairy.
Dude, my daughter, when she was little, she would throw up if she drank cow's milk, but she would drink goat's milk, and she'd have no problem with it at all.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. Like human dairy. Well, do you fuck with raw milk at all?
Yeah, I used to, but not anymore. I'll
Scared?
fuck with raw goat milk.
Scared?
I can't do raw milk.
Yeah, I would rather get raw goat milk because, first of all, do they treat goats the way they treat cows? I figure if you're running goats, you're probably like a little bit more animal friendly.
I get the best goat milk in the world from the Amish.
That sounds like
do
they'd
some
have the best shit.
It's
But
thick and creamy and delicious.
Would you imagine? Let's go on a limb here and guess. Would you imagine there's factory farming of goats, like milking, commercial,
I don't know.
large scale
I'm
milking?
sure there is. Like there's certain ultra pasteurized goat milk called Myers that I get sometimes. It's really good, but it's ultra pasteurized. But I'm sure that the problem is when you talk about factory farming. Here's the problem, right? So we want consistency in our food. So you want to buy eggs, and when you go to buy a carton of eggs, you know they're going to cost $1.50 or $2.50 or $3.50, whatever. You know that they're going to cost a certain amount. You don't go to the egg store and one day they're $3.50 and the next day they're $12. And the reason for that is this: that we figured out a way to create enough eggs so that there is enough of a glut so that we can keep the price at a certain level. The problem with if you had all these family farms, okay, which I've always been a fan of, I always talk about family farms versus factory farms. Awesome, Brian. Never done a day of farming in my fucking life. Don't know anything about it, but I've done my reading. So here's Brian again with his point of view because he's read some stuff and he likes eating at Erewhon and Whole Foods. Okay, because I can afford it. So I like family. I like family
You like
farming.
the idea of family
factory
farming.
farming is bad. Okay.
Right.
The problem is that if you look at the way farming it works, is that some family farms aren't as good as other family farms for 1,000 reasons. Not as productive, not as proficient. So what would happen is that family would say, "Hey, bro, I know you're a chicken farmer too, but you're not doing it right. Let me buy your farm. I'll buy your farm for 15 times what it's worth right now. You need the money, but I'm gonna, secretly I know I'm gonna make my money back because I know how to do it better than I can." And then I do that. Now I go and buy a machine that's actually faster, and I go to the next farm, and I say, "Hey, bro, you're not going to compete with me on the market anyway, and you're not as good. Sell me your farm." And what happens is,
The guy's gonna go, fuck you.
not
City
really,
slicker
not
douchebag trying
no,
to buy
because
up my farm.
he's not a city slicker. He's a farmer
The
himself.
way you're talking is city
Is
slicker.
that how I'm doing
I
it?
like your attitude.
Hey, bro.
Come
hey,
at me,
bro.
my fucking farm.
Hey, I can give you a deal. Come
Over
over here.
here.
I know how to make eggs.
I know what you're saying. What people, the real problem with factory farm is the lack of moral standards. Like when they shove these chickens in these little tiny
Sure.
boxes. And the other thing is we've adapted to the ecosystem that we operate under. In the ecosystem that we operate under, we get free food. Basically.
Yeah.
Not free food,
Yeah.
but
It's
free
how you
access
see a
to
lot
food.
of people
You pay for
protein.
it. Yeah, but it's everywhere. The
Yeah.
food is just coming in, and the eggs are everywhere.
Yeah.
So someone's got to be able to make all those eggs. So we've sort of enveloped these areas and stacked them up with people based on the idea that it's easy to get food here.
Yeah.
It was really hard to get food here in the 1800s. It'd be 1,500 people here, right?
Yeah.
It would be like the Sonora
Sure.
Desert.
But as
you go
people
through the Sonora
breed-
Desert, people live there.
Yeah.
Some people live this little ranch here, ranch there. Why? Because there's no fucking food, man.
Or water.
Yeah, there's not a lot there.
Yeah.
It's a desert, right? So because of the fact that we figured out how to be able to feed all these millions and millions and millions of people.
Billions,
Yeah, well, in this one little spot, like LA in particular, where no one's growing shit.
Right.
Everything's shoved in there in terms of humans, and they're just pumping eggs in there left and right.
Yeah.
They've sort of populated that place based on this ridiculous idea of the access to meat. And
It's
access
not,
to
it's
eggs.
not a ridiculous idea. It's actually a reality, right?
Right, but then people come along and they see a PETA video, and then they go, hey, but you still want to live here. So, well,
Yeah.
you're going to have to go vegan then. Well, guess what? If you do that, they're going to have to chop down a lot of fucking trees and start growing food everywhere.
Yeah.
They're going to have to put it everywhere. All these people are going to be vegan? All 2 million in this town, and 6 million in the neighborhood town, and then 20 million in LA.
It's a lot of agricultural runoff.
Yeah, it's a lot of pollution. You're going to have a lot of fucking shit going to the ground. You're going to have a lot of combines chewing up rabbits and rats, ground nesting birds. Everything's going to get buzzed up. When you're gathering up all that grain, you're going to need to feed all those 2 million people that don't have access to animal protein anymore. That's not good either.
The animals take
We're
more
fucked,
grain.
is what I'm saying.
You're giving up that easy?
I gave up.
Dude, I think technology is allowing us to grow more food on less land, so.
That's true. I think I'm very hopeful for that artificial meat, that meat that they're growing.
Yeah, I know.
Very hopeful for that, because if we could figure out a way to make it healthy to get that kind of meat, you would still have population control problems, and I think I would never stop hunting because of that.
But it's meat without a central nervous
It's
system.
meat without a central nervous system. It's so weird. You're just soaking nuts and then getting the dirty water. You know what it's like? It's like when you would eat Cocoa Pops, cuckoo for Cocoa Pops, and you would have that chocolate, and there would the James Damore. They were talking about gender diversity, and she's just talking about the difference between males and females from a scientist point of view. She's a real biologist, right? People get up and screaming, they're shutting her down, they're walking out, they knocked over the sound system, they called her a fascist, they said he's a Nazi.
Awesome!
Dude,
You're
it's-
against science!
Dude, it's amazing. It's amazing.
So dumb.
But it's this thing, this left-right thing too. It's right. It's like the left wants you to 100% buy into whatever science they accept, but also they don't buy into a lot of shit that just doesn't fit with whatever their ideology
The
is.
left is into cultural purity, the far right's into racial purity.
Yeah, but it was the denial of science is a new thing. Like,
Yes,
the
it is.
denial of science was just not a part of the left. The left was always
Pro-science.
supposed to be pro-science. The idea was that they were more educated, but as I looked into it, I felt it was like that's not really true.
Yeah.
But you would think that it would be more educated.
Is
because
it again? Is it left and right, or is it just? Is it? Are we talking about just people who are? I feel like when we talk about these people that are knocking over sound systems and walking on and shouting at Christina Summers, I don't know that they're right or left. I think that these are young, confused people.
shitheads.
Shitheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I really do. I think that first of all, I don't think they're very smart. I don't think that they're.
That's
capable.
absolutely true.
I think a lot of them might have some psychological problems. I think a lot of them want to belong. I think a lot of them just want to be heard. And people do clumsy shit. When people want to feel significant, they'll do even crazier shit, like put a gun in their hand and shoot somebody. So, and usually it belongs. It's the realm of young people who don't know what to do with their energy.
There's a lot of that, and again, like we talked about before with Christina Hoff Sommers, there's just a bunch of people that are free from their parents for the first time.
That's right.
You know, they've only been free for like 24 months.
Yeah.
And they're stretching, they're dyed their hair green. You can't stop me, you fascist. They just want to stop everything, and they want attention. But ultimately, I think that this is giving us an opportunity to really fully examine ideas. And even though these people are shouting people down, all this noise is going on, like there'll be a result. There'll be some sort of an ebb and flow to all this that I feel very hopeful about. Like when I look at the ebb and flow of things, like I like it. I like what's going on. I like that there's a lot of fucking chaos, and definitely some people are taking some unnecessarily bullets. And there's definitely some ideas that are getting shut down that shouldn't be. There's definitely some overuse of the word Nazi and fascist and all this different stuff. But it seems like overwhelmingly all this crazy energy is being pushed into at least the idea that we're improving the world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they want to improve the world.
I had a bunch of women on my podcast who were talking about like sexism in Hollywood, and of course I was like, I don't see it that much. I was like, I don't see it. And these women were all really intelligent, and I said, I got to be honest, man. As a white man now, I just feel like it's
hard for us.
I go. I gotta watch what I say now. I gotta watch how I talk. And one of the women goes, Katie goes, wow, I can't imagine what that's like, Brian. What's it like to have to watch what you say and watch what your impact is like? I have no idea. Meanwhile, she's been dealing with that. Every woman I know has been dealing with that for fucking ever. I guess I didn't take it. I didn't look at their perspective.
It's hard to look at other people's perspective.
Fuck yeah, it is. It's hard to like.
I was talking to Shab in the last podcast. We were talking about Joey Diaz said some crazy shit about some chick's ass, and we were all laughing about it. And he was like, "It's Joey's fucking Diaz. He's a comedian." I go, "I totally understand, and I'm with you." But now, imagine if you were a regular sized guy, and you were dealing with like some 7 foot tall ogre who was going online talking about how good your asshole smelled. And you're like, oh, Jesus. And you knew that guy wanted to fuck you. And then you knew that if he was alone with you, he'd probably like holding you down and fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, that would
That's
be terrifying,
scary.
right?
Yeah.
That'd be terrifying.
Yeah.
In this case, you're talking about a female fighter who probably would fuck Joey's ass. Probably beat Joey's ass.
Right.
Just badass. You know, Joey's
Yeah.
not in the best shape. He might clock her with a punch, though.
If she starts circling his jab, she's gonna pepper his face up a little bit.
But either way, he's being funny. That's all it is. But I was saying, imagine now, though, that you're a girl who hears someone talking about your asshole like that. And we've all done it. We've all done it. Yeah. You'd be like, oh, no. Like, that's got to be a terrible feeling.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. I'd love to be a woman for one day to see what that's like.
Would you like to get fucked? If you were a woman
Yeah.
for one day, would you
Yes.
suck a dick?
No.
You wouldn't. You're like, that's where I draw the line.
I
Stick
got-
it in there. I want to see where it goes.
I just want to see what it's like. Like, what does
Right.
it feel like? Like,
What if
first
the
of
guy
all,
stuck it in your ass? Like, I could have found out I was a guy.
well, first of all, what's it like to be attracted to a man? Like, I look at you, and I know women find you attractive. I don't find you attractive,
Beautiful.
right?
Dare you.
Right. But to have this
Hold
big
on, let me give you
kind
my
of
good side.
this, that's good. You got a strong jaw,
Smolder.
strong jaw.
Smolder.
God, you do smolder, dude.
Smolder, bro.
You do smolder. It's hard. It's hard for you too. I get lost in your eyes. You have a strong jaw and soft eyes.
Well, imagine wanting someone to stick something in you and shoot sperm into you.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Get some in me.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Jamie just threw up.
Yeah. Yeah, like my wife was watching Sopranos and she found Tony Soprano attractive.
Wow.
I said, why? She goes, because he's powerful and he's just bad and he's, and you know, he's, and I said, well, you want to be married to him? She goes, I don't want to be married to him. I want to be his mistress. And I was like, what the fuck?
God, I'd leave the room.
I know.
I'd leave the room and make
I was
tea.
like, I gotta gain weight.
I would make tea and
gotta-
think about my life.
I gotta stop being so shredded. I gotta get into crime and gain some weight instead of being so good.
Yeah, just eat some pasta.
So legit and shredded.
Thick up.
Yeah.
But he died young. That was a bummer.
Yeah.
He was one of those guys that when he died, I was like, oh, man.
How old was he? 55 or 52 or some shit?
He was in that neighborhood.
Looked every bit of 60.
Yeah, he had it all in his system too, baby.
Yeah, he did, right?
Yeah, he had the full ride.
He liked to do his. Well, I know guys who worked with him. I know guys well who worked with him, and he could fucking tear it up, man.
What was the movie
Great
where
guy,
he
though.
played a hitman? What was that movie?
True Romance.
No, yeah, it was that one, but there was a more recent one. God damn it. Was it with Brad Pitt? Wasn't there a movie with him and Brad Pitt?
Killing yourself.
Yes. Was he a hitman too? They were both hitman?
But he's also in The Drop. I don't know if you're thinking about that.
No, I'm
too.
thinking of Killing Me Softly. That's the one, right?
He was great in True Romance, man.
Fuck, he's great in everything. He was amazing. I mean, that Tony Soprano's character literally changed what we think of as like a hero in a TV show. Because all of a sudden the hero was a murderer. Like the hero, like when he killed Christopher, like when they had the car accident, he just fucking smothered him. It was like, this is a good excuse to kill this guy. He just killed him right there. I was like, whoa, holy shit. Holy shit.
When he closed his nose.
Yeah, man. That was fucked
Held
up.
his nose.
It was fucked up. Yeah.
And that's what it was like. That's willing to do whatever it took.
Yeah. But it was also the star of the movie, the star of the show, and you liked him.
Oh, yeah.
That's what was so
That
weird
was so
about
genius.
it. There's never been a show like that.
He was so
yeah.
bad.
Look.
He was so bad.
And there hasn't been a show like that since then. I mean, who else is like that much of a villain and a hero wrapped up into one? Who else? What other?
The only person that you can maybe Breaking Bad, but you could see why he was doing it. He wasn't a bad guy.
Yeah,
Tony
he's-
Sopranos was
he's a
he
bad
cheated
guy.
on his wife constantly,
Murdered
killed
people constantly.
Yeah, but it was what was fascinating about him is that it was the dichotomy. It was the guy who loved his family, told his son to do his homework and not to swear at the table, and also would order a hit in the same breath.
Right.
And that insane contradiction was what you can't take your eyes off, because we're bipolar apes. Because you can be a very bad guy and also a really good guy, and that's what's fucking crazy and true about human beings.
Well, that's just what's brilliant though about that writing, is that they figured out how to encapsulate that in fiction, where it's playing out every week, and you're not sick of the guy. Like you want to see if he's going to make it. Is he going to get busted? Is he going to jail?
Yeah.
Are they going to crack down on him? Who's going to rat him out?
Yeah.
You know.
But that show is an interesting, like, kind of metaphor for life. Like, I guess what I really worry about with our social situation today is the destruction of people and how they're never allowed to come back into the fold. That's what I worry about.
Yeah.
Like public shaming or whatever it might be. Like, there are very few people that deserve eternal damnation, and they are out there. But for the most part,
Roman Polanski.
it's a tough, again, a great artist and a great filmmaker. I'm reacting to the fact that I can't justify having you come back to the country and be pardoned after that. If what you did is true, if what I've read and been told is true, I don't know how I'm supposed to forgive that.
So
and
that
it's mainly because it's
falls
a
into
child.
right. So that falls into the line of unacceptable things.
For me.
But then there's people that have been shamed, like Al Franken. They're like, really?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
What happened?
That was ridiculous.
What did he do? Like, I get that the photo was very inappropriate that he took with Leanne
Yeah, but it
Tweedy.
cheapens. You can't
was just trying
conflate
to be
him with
funny.
Harvey Weinstein. That
No.
cheapens.
No, you can't. He shouldn't have done it, but he was trying to be funny.
Right.
And sometimes when people trying to be funny, especially when people are around each other all the time, they
Yeah.
get stupid and they cross lines and,
Or you just don't read the signals. You cross a line
Right.
in that you're trying to pick somebody up or you're putting pressure on them.
Don't you think
'Cause
that
you like
ultimately what this is going to do, though, is people are going to have to learn to be nicer to each other? Don't you think that?
Or they're going to be really careful and afraid. And I worry that if you have, for example, first of all, where do most people meet their wives and their girlfriends? A lot of times it's at work.
A lot of times.
Okay? Their husbands and their wives. And I think that don't be surprised if corporations start to have a zero tolerance policy for any kind of romance in the office space. It'll be like the military. Nobody's allowed to date anybody, and if you do, you get fired right away. No questions asked.
And now think about the fact that you're 8 hours a day in this place, which is most of your waking
It's not going to
time.
make anybody happy. It's not going to make anybody happy. Also, please add the fact that we're also going to have all of the meetings between men and women in rooms videotaped. And in fact,
HD.
And in fact, men and women aren't allowed to be in the same room without a chaperone.
Yes.
You're going to see all the shit.
The chaperone's a robot,
Because
too.
you're talking about major money. You're talking about major fucking... Yeah, it'll be a robot with a camera.
The robot that says, I think you're speaking inappropriately.
Exactly. And so you have all these issues. So is that going to make all of us happier?
No, we're going to have to quit.
Is it going to
We're
make
gonna
us
have to quit working in
safer?
offices.
Are we going to be safer?
I'm hoping that it makes people quit offices. So what happens is there will be no sexual harassment at the workplace because there's no workplace. Way ahead. No more working together.
No more working together.
No.
Men and, that's kind of
Races
why.
show up and work together all day. Fuck all that.
By the way, men and women working together is a pretty new thing in history.
Yeah.
Men and women
40
have
years.
men and women have never worked together.
Yeah.
So
Very
this
recent.
is all kind of like, and you know, listen, when men and women get together, people are starting to fuck.
Whoa.
They're just gonna fuck.
Whitney Cummings has a funny joke about that, about working in a writing room, working in on a set of a show. Like she
Yeah.
doesn't usually work like at a place.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, this is what people are doing here. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to give away her joke. It's very funny, but
Yeah.
that's, there's something that's happening when men and women get around each other. They're jockeying for sexual position.
Yes, and they're attracted to each other. And They
Yep.
work together, and they end up liking each other.
Yep. Yeah, and then they get to know each other at work, and
Yeah, and then what happens? Okay, so you can't, so there's no sex, and there's no romance, and there's no humor. Humor's dangerous.
humor could be a problem. What if you say something racist and you're trying to be funny?
You get in trouble,
Don't do
and
it.
you're not racist, but you were just trying to be funny.
Right.
Okay.
But you can say racist things. I'll give you a free pass to say racist things about white people.
Well, that's fine.
I'll give you a free pass. Do you have any racist white things you can say at work today, Tommy?
Yeah. Can they be hillbillies?
Yes, or rednecks.
All right, rednecks.
Dirty rednecks, dirty hillbillies.
Yeah.
That's fine. Shit all over those people that were forced. Their whole family worked at a coal mine. Yeah. Hi, you dummies. What, you fucking your kids? Ha ha.
Yeah,
You're racist all day for white people.
you can.
And there's some white people that do not have a fucking good deal.
No.
They don't have a good deal.
No, they got $400 in the bank,
Yeah.
if that.
There's some incredible amount of money, or incredible amount of people rather in this country that have less than that in their bank. There was some.
It's something like 50%.
Yeah, some study they did. People that have $200 or less in their bank account, and it's some insane number, like into the millions and millions of people.
Well, this is what I always say: the people that voted for Trump, a lot of them have been demonized by, the left as being racist or homophobic or misogynist and stuff like that. Yeah, or they're good people who have $400 in the bank or less, can't send their kids to baseball, etc. And along comes Hillary Clinton, who's Obama light, talking about the same shit, and they're like, "I'll try anything but her."
Look at this.
There you go. That's real.
Read that.
That's real. 6 in 10 Americans don't have $500 in savings. There you go.
Holy shit! It's
Now-
way more than I thought it was.
Now, when you don't have, now we're back to that story about scarcity.
Isn't that like 150 million people or something like that?
Yeah, it's more than So now
What is the real number of people in America? Is it 300 million or is it more?
320?
330. So it's more than that.
Yeah,
So it's
so-
like 170 million people. Oh my god.
So when you got $500 in the bank, are you thinking about gender-neutral bathrooms?
always.
Are you thinking about
No,
how
I'm always
misogynist
thinking
everybody
about
is?
yes,
Constantly,
everyone's
right?
misogynist, bro.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
To be a man and see other men, I'm just ashamed of my gender. I'm ashamed.
All you're fucking thinking about is getting more money, so you can send your kids to fucking
You know what
anything.
Brett Weinstein said that was really interesting about this?
Is it Brett or Eric? I always think
Brett
it's
and Eric, they're brothers. They're brothers.
Oh.
They've both been on my podcast.
Oh, wow.
Eric is a mathematician, works for Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I like
and
that
Brett is the professor from Evergreen College that got the day of absence where they made him quit because they were saying white people need to stay home. Everybody's like, that's so racist.
He's also a Jew.
Yes.
Like the Jews.
He's super progressive.
It doesn't matter. The Jews didn't exactly have it easy.
What he was saying that's interesting, he was saying that this is not just about that, it's also about subordination. And that you're seeing this subordination play that's taking place. And that a lot of these men, like the way they're behaving to be subordinate. They're being obedience trained.
Yeah.
You know, and they're giving into it to show that you shouldn't punish me because I'm on your side, because they're terrified of the women that are wielding this power now.
Yeah, but I got a
They're
theory.
wielding it wildly.
I got a theory about that, bro.
It's up there, bro.
Well, men historically, when you create a bunch of quiet resentment, it turns into loud violence. Men are really good at. You got to be careful about emasculating men wholesale, because I always worry that it's very easy to whip them up when you got the right circumstances and the right leader. And men like to organize, and they like to fight, and they like to fight back, and that's what makes them feel significant when they've been emasculated. And I don't think it's, that's that expression, punishment doesn't change behavior, it just suppresses it.
Well, do you know that in the turn of the century, not this one but the last, there was a giant bachelor culture in America where men just they had just gotten through, like a lot of it was like in the 20s too, like after the Depression. It was like the burden of having a family was just too much. It wasn't attractive to them, and there was a bunch of men that gravitated towards pool halls. And in the early 1900s in New York City, there was more than 900 pool halls in New York City.
Damn.
Just stop and think of that.
Damn.
More than 900 pool halls. And there's all these men that would just go there and they would hang out and they were like, fuck that life. And they just didn't want to have a part of it because it was too brutal. It was too hard. All this country would need for this thing to flip on its fucking ass, all they would need is legalized prostitution. And guys would be like, wait, hold up. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I definitely love you. But wait a minute. What am I signing? What is this? If people found out that they could just get sex anytime they wanted if they had $100.
That's it, Riley.
If you have
Hold it.
$100, you can get sex. You get sex from a pretty girl and it's clean. You don't have to worry about it. people would be outraged. Like, well, how am I going to have power over this man if I can't control his sex? I only have him locked. Otherwise, we're just friends. See, if we're just friends, I can't have half his money. I can't tell him what to do. I can't tell him when to be home.
But let me ask you a question.
We have to live together,
Yeah.
and I have to control his sex.
Yeah.
If we live together and then I control his sex, then I have all this power. But if they were in a situation where legalized prostitution was just like grocery stores, or it's just everywhere, what would the first of all, the amount of hoes would probably be the same. It's like
They'd just be a lot richer.
now they're just doing it like under the table. It's hard to get away with it. They can get raided. It's sneakiness. It's all this. They have gold diggers instead of hoes. Some girls would just go straight into hoeing.
Yeah, but here's my question. Do you think men are more interested in sex or admiration?
There's both.
They wanna
but
be
they get
admired,
fake
right?
admiration from the hoes.
Yeah, but they
I say
also
hoes
know
with all due respect.
they know it's fake though. Like I think men,
Some of them don't care, dude.
want to be admired more than anything else.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
They
but-
want their dick to be the biggest, even if it's a mushroom cap. Just make all the noise, please, and let me know I'm King Kong. And that's why. And you stick to the woman. A lot of times, you'll stick to that one woman who you know has got your back no matter what. She just
Sure,
loves your
Brian,
ass.
but you're talking about a guy who finds that. There's a lot of people out there that don't find that. For them, legalized prostitution, right next to Bolero. Hop on in. Get your dick sucked.
Right
get
next to
your massage.
Panera Bread.
go to
Sandwich
Panera
and a
Bread,
dick suck.
Get a grilled cheese and tomato soup. Get your dick sucked. Like, it would change, like, what people need. Like, why are you dating? Are you dating specifically for sex?
Right.
Or are you dating because you want companionship? Like, are you too consumed with work? And are you busy all day and you just like to hang out with your friends, but you get horny?
Yeah.
Because we have a solution for you.
Yeah.
And if that was the case, I'm not saying that relationships wouldn't be the same. What I'm saying is there's a lot of relationships that wouldn't be the same.
Dude, I think you're onto something. My buddy, you know Stevie Blue Eyes. He was like, he would have stayed in jail if he had access to women. Because he was hanging out with all his friends. He was like, it was the fucking best. It was the best. He goes, all we do is fuck around, laugh all day, lift weights. And, you know, the food kind of sucks, but you're all laughing and you're all in a shitty situation, so everybody gets along. He goes, if I had girls, if I had access to women, I would not have left.
That's hilarious.
This is in Fort Dix, too, like, you know, the biggest federal penitentiary in the world.
I'm obviously torn on prostitution because I don't want anybody that I know's kids or my kids to go into prostitution. But I also don't think anybody should tell people that something that's completely legal to do for free is illegal to charge money for.
Yeah.
Like there's some gay male escort that came out today. I put it on my Twitter about like just let these fucking people have sex. Like some gay male escort was talking about the priests at the Vatican. And he's like naming names. I fucked that guy. I fucked him. I fucked him. He wants to suck my dick. I fucked him. And you know, they was talking about them being hypocritical. Like yeah, they're definitely hypocritical. Let these fucking people have sex. This is crazy. Like your system doesn't work.
Yeah.
If they just let them have sex and let them have male escorts, just leave them alone. Saying that's fine. Just as long as you do believe in Jesus still, yeah. It's like dick. Believe in Jesus, but I love dick. Okay, well Jesus must have put that love for dick in you. Jesus put that love for dick in your heart.
That is the truth.
Sure.
Right?
Must have.
I mean, the truth is, it's a complicated thing, right? Because then where do you... So like, we have these urges, and a lot of them are not very productive, right? So you want to have sex with you want to have sex with everybody you can, or whatever it might be, but you know that's not viable because there are just certain trade-offs to that.
Well, you know, the viable alternative is ex machina. You have these AI robot fuck dolls that live in your house. But the problem is they probably get too smart and they kill your real wife. You know?
The algorithm.
Yeah, and they figure out a way to convert your sperm into babies. They figured out a way to create an actual digital womb.
A good idea for a movie, dude.
Well, it's Ex Machina, that movie. Did you see that?
No.
Oh my god, it's one of my all-time favorite
Really?
movies. Yeah, one of top 20 all-time favorite movies.
I'm obsessed with Black Mirror.
It's
you watch
basically
that?
an hour and 45-minute Black Mirror.
Wow.
Ex Machina is amazing. Yeah, I do love Black Mirror. It's awesome. But Ex Machina is actually even more intense. It's a really well-done movie about AI. And it has very few cut-the-shit scenes. Like, when you're watching it, you're like, whoa.
Like, this could be possible.
100%, yeah.